If I hadn't had these specific experiences in my life, I'll be straight with you. I may be agnostic right now, but I'm not. I, of course,
This man was chosen.
Yeah, so
Perfect.
he gets into sharing 3 different experiences. One of which he puts in as an unlisted video that he didn't want to share publicly because he felt like it was almost. We'll get to that one in a
Oh
second.
my goodness.
I'll relate the first 2 experiences, which are, in my opinion, of a lower kind on this video. But the third experience, which I hold much more sacred, I will not put on this video. It will be on an unlisted video, and the link will be in the description below. So it's there only for those who seek.
The third one is the most like, whoa, this is spooky. Guys, go watch his entire video. But the third one, this is the video where he really puts his cards out there. Which again, this is like the Nick D and Paul Russell of YouTube.
Okay.
This is someone that's privately, as we'll see here, very Christian.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Publicly reserves and maintains a degree of privacy around his faith because he doesn't want it to hinder his work. People scold creatives for this. They hate when creatives do this because it's like, yo, if you're making something, tell people the most important thing in your life, which is Jesus. From his standpoint, he's an academic, so he doesn't want to hinder his data analysis. But then he puts his cards out. So this is unlisted. How many views does this guy?
16,000
16,000. So out of the 90,000, 16,000 people click to hear this more personal story. Hopefully he doesn't mind us looking at this. We are opting in, right? We're a Christian channel.
We're opting in.
Yeah. So we want to hear this. I already commented. So this is unlisted. So now let's watch this.
So as we were saying, welcome to story number 3, and thank you so much for clicking. Now this happened
Yeah,
when I
it
was
too.
still living in England, probably once again in my late teens, early 20s, and I'm actually glad that it happened to a group of us. So we had an appointment. When I say we, I mean myself and a good friend of mine, colleague. We had an appointment with a husband and a wife. They were South Africans. We had an appointment because we wanted to spend the evening and read the scriptures, talk about religion, pray. That evening we decided, hey, let's prepare a few scriptures that we like, we can share with this family, and then we can have an uplifting moment together. So we choose some scriptures and then we go. Now as we walk, it was a rainy day, very cloudy, England we're talking about, but then finally we reach the place. We knock on the door, the husband, very young couple, the husband opens the door, they're very welcoming, so we go in, we sit down to talk. I believe it was late afternoon as we go in, and I could still hear the rain outside. It wasn't like a downpour, it was kind of a drizzle, persistent sounds that you could hear from the windows outside. We begin with a prayer, as we normally would, and then we start sharing experiences and talking. Think about half an hour or 40 minutes in is when something happened. We were reading and retelling a specific experience in scripture. It was my turn to relate this, and I am now quoting God. I'm quoting the Lord himself. But as I speak those words, which I had spoken many times, whether it be at church, study groups, but that day was different. When I spoke those words from scripture, the room went very quiet. More quiet than I could even explain. It was so quiet. I could feel a strong presence coming from above, entering through the ceiling, and filling the whole room. And I remember feeling this burning in the bosom, and it was so overwhelming that I started whispering. And I noticed that everyone else did as well. I don't know if we did that out of respect for God, but the moment I hear that, I look at my other friend, and I see that he's looking at me like this. I look at the people in front of me, this couple, and they are all looking at me like this. And it's not because of me, of course. It's because of what we are all feeling. And now I know that they're all feeling this, and it's not just me. So when I finish this scriptural quotation, I asked them, do you believe that these words are true? And I remember this man, his voice was breaking up, and he would say, I surely hope that it is true. I wish I had the vocabulary to describe it. But if you have felt anything like it, you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
We then pray, we leave the home. As we go outside, the clouds have now cleared. The sky is completely open. I look up, there is this beautiful full moon, and I remember the feeling of being looked back. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like that for a day and a half I had no faith anymore, in the sense that I had a knowledge. Faith came back.
He had a sense of he knew.
That's
Based on his experience,
crazy.
he knew.
That's crazy.
Afterwards. But for a moment I had a feeling that I was going, for some reasons, through the veil in part. And as we walk around that evening, I remember feeling a sound from the trees. And when I say feel, I mean feel. I think I could hear it. It was more of a feeling, but it's like I could tell that nature, the world was alive. So we go back home, we go to sleep. A very, very comforting feeling, I have to say. But the day after, I receive a phone call. And this is where it gets crazy. I receive a call from church, from a person that I had enormous respect for. A very spiritual individual. This was the first time he never called me before. He lived in another city, and yet he chose to call me that day. So I answer the call, and he tells me that he felt that the Spirit prompted him to call me that day. And I explode. I tell him all about this experience in details of what had happened, what we have felt, and he tells me that he called 2 more people that day in England in different cities. They all had the exact same experience. Same day, same things. You can call it coincidence if you want. I think it's beyond coincidence at this point, particularly after the phone call. But these that I wanted to share are just 3 experiences. I had so many. I was blessed with so many in my life. Situations where I would go to a place with another friend, we would knock on the door, and this guy would open the door and say, I had a dream and I saw you yesterday in my dream. I mean, I have so many that I could tell, and who knows, maybe I'll write a book about it one day. It'd be a good thing to do. I don't know if it's his will, I will. If not, I'll just keep them for myself. But for now, I just wanted to share this with you so you can have a complete picture of where I come from and what sort of biases I may have. Yes, I am religious. Yes, I have faith. Yes, I believe in Christ. And I pray to God through Christ. I believe there is a life after death. I believe in resurrection. I try to keep this form of bias, if you will, outside of my scientific, academic research and approach. And maybe I will slip one day, maybe occasionally I do. And I know that you'll be there with a full perspective now to nudge me back on track. As always, thank you so much for watching.
High academics coming out with both professions of faith is always interesting to me. So whether it's a Francis Collins, whether it's a Metatron, like whenever people are operating in high level academic secular spaces and they're professing faith in Jesus, like unapologetically, that's always very intriguing. C.S. Lewis, obviously. It's always very, very intriguing.
Some people would be mad that he hasn't shared his faith, but the other flip side too is that, like, bro, think, like, I bet he has a huge crossover with Cosmic Skeptic, huge crossover with a lot of these atheist channels, just because these people also love like very analytical stuff. So imagine how large of an audience completely trust him as like a thinker, as like a thought leader in these spaces, and then the bait and switch, the reveal at the very end is like, oh man, if this dude, who I think is smarter than me for all these years, and I was so sure he was agnostic or Christian or atheist, is now saying not only is he theist, but he believes in the resurrection, then there must be some secret sauce that I do not know yet, and maybe I should actually research it, like intentionally, not just through like all the atheist channels, And so it's like some people could be mad that like he doesn't share, but he probably is getting a bunch of these dudes.
Well, he also, I want to see what those comments look like, by the way. He's also being sober in that, guys, I'm sharing experiences, but I believe the data and the history support the experiences I've had. That there's something supernatural in all three of those stories he shares. And then when you see that, then you go, okay, well, he's actually sharing soberly. The reason why I believe is the experience, not just solely the history. So it's like there's enough history, authenticity, apologetics there that I could place my faith. But the certainty and the increase of faith comes after I've already placed my faith and believe that Jesus is who he says he is. And then the faith grows. And then I'm confident and I'm certain that God is who he says he is. Right? Even though I can't prove it like a science experiment, there's enough faith there that then the faith and the trust in his word, in his way, gives me the experience to say, no, I have certainty now.
Yeah, I mean, and he was also saying, which I thought was super interesting, that like he said if he didn't have those experiences, he would be agnostic today. That being said, like he's saying he was raised Christian in the faith, and that over time, if he didn't have any of those experiences, because he's such an analytical thinker, that he probably would have fallen away from the faith. Not because there isn't evidence of the resurrection and all these things, but because he's such an analytical thinker, such a technical thinker, that if there's not 100% evidence saying there 100% exists, he's going to default to it doesn't exist. And like I think it's cool that like God knew that and was like, you're
going to have these experiences.
You're going to have these experiences because you're not going to figure out a way to follow me.
According to the Bible, that prayer is extremely important in terms of us being transformed from the inside
have to have a belief that there's truth, that there's something greater to be discovered.
So let me ask that old question. What do you think this thing is all about? It's life on Earth?
And as I learned about that, I changed my viewpoint gradually from an atheist to an agnostic to a theist to somebody who actually believed that the historical Jesus and the New Testaments, what's written about him, was true.
Rosalind Picard is an extremely well-educated and accomplished woman. She's a scholar, an inventor, a professor of science at MIT. And in this video, she's going to share her journey to God. And it includes two pieces. The first, I would say, is by way of subtraction. The second is by way of addition. With that being said, let's dive into the first clip here. It's Rosalind Picard with Lex Friedman.
You said scientists too often assume that nothing exists beyond what can be currently measured.
Materialism
and
scientism.
So in some sense, this assumption enables the near-term scientific method, assuming that we can uncover the mysteries of this world by the mechanisms of measurement that we currently have. But we easily forget that we've made this assumption. So what do you think we miss out on by making that assumption?
It's fine to limit the scientific method to things we can measure and reason about and reproduce. That's fine. I think we have to recognize that sometimes we scientists also believe in things that happen historically. You know, like I believe the Holocaust happened. I can't prove events from past history scientifically. You prove them with historical evidence, right? With the impact they had on people, with eyewitness testimony and things like that. So a good thinker recognizes that science is one of many ways to get knowledge. It's not the only way. And there's been some really bad philosophy and bad thinking recently, you can call it scientism, where people say science is the only way to get to truth. And it's not. It just isn't. There are other ways that work also, like knowledge of love with someone. You don't prove your love through science, right? So history, philosophy, love, a lot of other things in life show us that there's more ways to gain knowledge and truth, if you're willing to believe there is such a thing, and I believe there is, than science. I am a scientist, however, and in my science, I do limit my science to the things that the scientific method can do. But I recognize that it's myopic to say that that's all there is.
Right, there's, just like you listed, there's all the why questions, and really we know, if we're being honest with ourselves, the percent of what we really know is basically zero relative to the full mystery of the
measure theory, a set of measure zero. If I have a finite amount of knowledge, which I do.
So you said that you believe in truth. So let me ask that old question. What do you think this thing is all about? It's life on Earth?
life, the universe, and everything.
And everything. What's
I
the
can't quote
meaning?
Douglas Adams.
Yeah.
42. It's my favorite number. By the
it's
way, that's
40
my street address. My husband and I
Oh, wow.
guessed the exact same number for our house. We got to pick it. And there's a reason we picked 42. Yeah.
So is it just 42, or do you have other words that you can put around it?
Well, I think there's a grand adventure, and I think this life is a part of it. I think there's a lot more to it than meets the eye and the heart and the mind and the soul here. I think we see but through a glass dimly in this life. We see only a part of all there is to know. If people haven't read the Bible, they should, if they consider themselves educated. And you could read Proverbs and find tremendous wisdom in there that cannot be scientifically proven, but when you read it, there's something in you, like a musician knows when the instrument's played right and it's beautiful. There's something in you that comes alive and knows that there's a truth there, that like your strings are being plucked by the master instead of by me, right, playing when I pluck it. But probably when you play, it sounds spectacular, right? And when you encounter those truths, there's something in you that sings and knows that there is more than what I can prove mathematically or program a computer to do. Don't get me wrong, the math is gorgeous. The computer programming can be brilliant. It's inspiring, right? We want to do more. None of this squashes my desire to do science or to get knowledge through science. I'm not dissing the science at all. I grow even more in awe of what the science can do because I'm more in awe of all there is we don't know. And really at the heart of science, you have to have a belief that there's truth, that there's something greater to be discovered. And some scientists may not want to use the faith word, but it's faith that drives us to do science. It's faith that there is truth, that there's something to know that we don't know, that it's worth knowing, that it's worth working hard, and that there is meaning, that there is such a thing as meaning, which, by the way, science can't prove either. We have to kind of start with some assumptions that there's things like truth and meaning. And these are really questions philosophers own, right? This is their space, philosophers and theologians at some level. So these are things science, when people claim that science will tell you all truth, there's a name for that. It's its own kind of faith. It's scientism, and it's very myopic.
This first video is really just exposing a hole within scientism. Now, in the second clip that we're about to watch, she's going to begin to explain what that hole was filled with and why, and how a lot of her preconceived notions about who God was, what the Bible is about, began to change as she actually went about a good faith pursuit of truth into answering those huge why questions. With that being said, let's dive in.
My views at the time were that Christians, and actually all religions I was pretty antagonistic toward, were people who really didn't know their science or didn't, or maybe they needed a crutch or something. I really didn't think they were that smart. Then I started to realize that many of such people were super smart, and they challenged me to read the best-selling book of all time, which probably still the Bible, and the Hebrew and Old Testament and Christian New Testament. And as I was reading that to my, against my desires, I started to change my mind about some things. And then I thought, oh gosh, okay, if this book is influencing me to change my mind toward Christianity or toward belief in God, maybe I should study other world religions. So I started to do that. And as I started learning more and more about different world religions, meeting people from those religions and going to temples and mosques and others, I started to realize that not only did I have a lot to learn, but I was on a journey that was starting to make me not only believe in God even more, but as I got dragged off to some Christian churches, which I resisted in the beginning, and found somewhere I could ask questions, very important, I started to realize that the religion was not at all what I thought it was, and that there were some really interesting and very attractive elements that were very historically verified also, not at all what I expected. And as I learned about that, I changed my viewpoint gradually from an atheist to an agnostic to a theist to somebody who actually believed that the historical Jesus and the New Testaments, what's written about him, was true. It sounds a little wacky to those who may not come from that background. It was not an easy process. But as I did that, and then I was challenged to not only believe this, but to put it to practice, that's where things started to really make a difference in my life. And actually, the real reason I'm here right now, spending time talking about something like this, as opposed to just my research, is because it has made a huge difference in my life. And part of the Christian faith is that there's a gift for everybody in the world, whether you're raised Christian or Hindu or Muslim or Buddhist or atheist or any of a long list of backgrounds. There's a gift for everybody there. And when I accepted that gift, it made a huge difference in my life, for the better, big improvement. So I didn't realize it needed so much improving at the time. Those around me saw the difference. And today it is my source of strength, an amazing source of peace and joy and wisdom.
Now, you know that I love that she ends this with the word wisdom, and this idea that Christ is a gift, this gift that is available to all religions, this gift that is available to all nations. She's talking about Jesus himself, the gift that is given by God, from God, for humanity, that is the ultimate gift. This reminds me very much of the movie The Matrix, where there's the red and the blue pill that are offered. And what's so interesting about that as an analogy or a metaphor is that only after receiving the red pill does the transformation of reality take place, and is the person able to actually see what is real. You have to actually take action in order to fully see it. There's something very similar to this when it comes to God as well. In other words, if you choose the blue pill, you won't be able to actually see the code of reality itself. It's not a perfect metaphor, but there's something to what she describes here at the end, where it's through living it out, it's through trusting in God, it's through holding God's hand, it's through actually taking the truths of God and working them into your life. Actually, this cause and effect that scripture talks about: if you seek me, then you will find me. If you knock, then the door will be open. There is this reality where God is asking us to take action on what has been revealed about him. And then through that relationship beginning and us trusting God one step at a time, we experience more and more relationship with him, more and more depth, more and more intimacy, just like with human relationships, just like romantic relationships. The more time that you spend, the more trust that you give, the deeper that the relationship grows, and the more certainty that you have in the relationship that you have. Kind of a lot for one video, but with all this being said, I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks a lot. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
All day. What's up?
How are you?
I can't believe we never met each other until today. That's kind of crazy.
It's really weird.
It's kind of crazy. It was always like at the store, like, Cat was here last night. I'm like, fuck. It was always 2 ships in the night.
Right. I would see you and not be able to get to you. Like, comedy is small, but only if you're mediocre. It's big. It's a vast, vast place.
It's vast and it's also small because there's so few of us. And worldwide, we were talking about this the other day. There's maybe 500 of us on the planet. You know, you got to be real generous and say 500 because it's really probably about 250.
Right.
Like legit comics, guys you want to hang out with, guys who are fun, guys who
your
you'd
numbers
recommend.
going down.
The numbers going down.
Your numbers going down.
Guys you'd recommend, leave your house, get a babysitter. The numbers going down. It's not a lot of people.
Right.
You think about the billions and billions of people on the planet, there's a little smidgen of us.
Well, as children, we all take to talking with ease. And so the fact that later on in your life, you be one of the people that can say, I talk for a living, is an amazing honor.
It's amazing.
Even if you look 1,000 years back.
Yeah, especially today. To just be able to talk for a living, oh my God. What? And that's the problem also with what we do, is that everybody can talk. So they see you talking, they're like, I can do what he's doing.
Right.
He's just up there talking.
And the better you do it, the easier it looks,
Right.
which is part of the trap.
Yeah, it's part of the trap.
It looks like he doesn't think about what he says. He just says stuff. But you couldn't be as accurate.
No. And then there's hanging around with comics, you get to know about shit like their electric Rolls Royces.
Right. Right. If Satan hits me, just know I'm hitting back immediately. You're going to know about it if I've never heard. Yeah, the electric specter.
That thing is insane. That thing's insane. Just the way the doors open up, the way the doors close when you touch the brakes. Totally silent.
For the price point, it would have to be perfect. And the whole thing is, it is. And that's what you're trying to do in any genre.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're trying to find that thing that is flawless in that genre.
Right.
And that's it.
That's the Rolls Royce. I've never had one of those.
Right. Well, because it's important to you that you be grounded in the important ways. So I can see you not having not had a Rolls Royce. I've had 4 or 5.
I'm not opposed to it. It's just the idea of it to me is like, don't do that. For me, I'm always like, get away from that.
Right.
Muscle car.
Well, see, you see what I mean? Yeah, because we live vicariously through these things, and it's been that way for all of humankind. I'm saying it was still like that for the Roman and his chariot.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that's how he felt. Like that's how horsemen feel about that ride. You know, like
Yeah.
transportation and people have a love story.
Yeah, that's really the only object that I'm really into. Like I'm into
Vehicles?
vehicles. I'm into mechanical vehicles.
Right.
There's like something about mechanical vehicles that just speak to me. I love them. I love looking at them. I love sitting in them. I love driving them. It's just like, it's one of the things that people say like money can't buy you happiness. That's definitely true. If you're fucked up, you're not going to get happier if you get rich. But if you're already reasonably happy and you can afford a nice muscle car, god damn, you'll feel happier. You will feel happier.
But every time.
Every time.
So
you
what
drive
I'm
it.
saying is, when I got the '67 Chevy Camaro, I needed no other cars. I was complete.
Yeah.
When I got the Grand National, you couldn't tell me anything. There was nothing on the highway that was of my ilk.
Yeah.
But I've felt that way 12, 13 times. That's what makes it real love.
Yeah, they give you real joy
Yeah.
every time you drive them.
And you feel like that character in that movie. You know?
yeah.
Like,
Yeah, you drive a 1970 Chevelle, you feel like John Wick.
yeah, it's a sacred place. There's music there. There's
Yeah.
recklessness, but there's safety.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
like it gets to
Thrills.
the essence of a being.
And I think it's a thing that won't exist 100 years from now. I think automated driving will be mandatory. I really do. I think we're about 100 years away. 100 years away from no personal automobiles. No control of your vehicle. We're going to stop all crashes. We can stop all crashes and all highway deaths. Come on, Kat. Won't you contribute and give up all your rights to drive? We're going to stop all death.
Yeah, it's not, but understand that all of these things have financial benefits, and then they use those perks you just mentioned to get you in. But
That's always making money.
I believe that it'll be mandatory. But for practical reasons, like this thing where the police want you and they have to chase you and you may get away, those days are done.
Yeah, they're
You
just
see
gonna
what
shut your car off. Yeah.
your car is going to do what they
Yeah.
tell it to do,
Yeah.
which is get behind this patrol car and follow us to the station.
There's
Lock the doors,
speculation that
like-
they've had that for a long time. You know, there was that famous journalist, Michael Hastings. That was his name. There's this journalist. I don't know if you know the story, but it's pretty crazy. This guy went to Afghanistan. So Afghanistan with the troops, and he was only supposed to be there writing a Rolling Stone article about this general for a very short amount of time. But then there was a volcano in Iceland, and the volcano in Iceland stopped air travel. So this journalist from the Rolling Stone was embedded in this troop, and they started talking shit. And he started reporting the shit that they were talking, including disparaging comments that the general had said about Obama. So the general gets back. He has to retire. He has to, it's the Rolling Stone exposed. It's a big deal because everybody loves this general. So he retires, and this Michael Hastings guy is on the run, and he's terrified. He's telling people, if I commit suicide, I did not kill myself. People are threatening my life. And then he's going down La Brea, and his car is going like 120 miles an hour and just slams into a tree and explodes. And there's a video footage of it. This dude is just look at that, flying down the street, hits a tree, and the car explodes. And they asked security experts at that time, I think it was like 2005, 2004, 2005, is it possible to control a vehicle remotely? They said, does your vehicle have a computer? If your vehicle has a computer, they can control it, period. There's a way.
And they know that.
And they've been doing that for, this is 2010. So this is 14 fucking years ago.
Easy peasy.
If they could do that then, what can they do now? Let's just shut your fucking car right off.
That's when this article came out. I'm sorry. So I think the accident was 2013.
Oh, well, how was the article in 2010 if the accident's in 2013?
Well, the article came out first and exposed McChrystal.
Oh, the Rolling Stone article. I thought you meant the article on the accident.
If you actually do reading about Tesla, see, that's the thing, Joe. That's why I love history so much, because once you find out that this world is a circle, you can never get lost. Like, you can look at certain things and it'll tell you what's going to happen later, like with amazing accuracy. Like, yeah, like that's how I knew that things like what you showed me with Hastings, that those were real things.
Yeah.
It's not.
They've always been real.
It's everybody who has ever been killed in one of those ways. There was a financial benefit to it. It was obvious. It was easy. You know where it came from. It's just that they do a good job. But how is that difficult if that's your job? Like they do this really well. They do it worldwide.
Well, so this guy fucked with the worst person you could fuck with. A high-ranking, beloved general who's in charge of trained killers who love him. And you don't think he could put one of those dudes on you with a coffee meeting? Just have a sit down at Starbucks with no phones on you? And let me explain what's going on?
A shadow government is no more difficult than a government.
Yeah. And so not only that, they don't have to get elected. It's even better. Even nicer. They stay for a long time. Think about J. Edgar Hoover. How long did that motherfucker stay in power for? He was running the FBI wearing a dress for like 30 years.
Because of what you just discussed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that's why I can speak with impunity about the Illuminati, because I know who you would have to be in order for what I'm saying to bother you, number one.
Right.
Number two, I know your big secret. I know that you're not the Illuminati, I am. So you can't be illuminated. You're too dark. But the difficulty is getting people to believe something that they don't want to believe. And in each of these cases, this is where the money is. If you're just a capitalist, it is find something, establish a value for it, and make sure that includes your profit, and make sure people really want it.
Right.
It's very fundamental.
Also, if you're running corporations and you're making billions of dollars, you're going to get bored. What's the ultimate game? The ultimate game is to run the whole world. You know what the ultimate game is, Kat?
I do.
We have an overpopulation problem, Kat.
Yeah.
It's an overpopulation problem.
Right.
And we're gonna be able to mitigate that with vaccines. We're gonna be able to mitigate that with healthcare.
Right.
We're gonna figure that out. We're gonna get rid of a bunch of people.
We used to be able to do it with neglect, and it was called nature's way.
Right.
You know,
Right.
like whatever was ailing you, it wasn't ailing everybody in the world. The Chinese didn't have it because they had 6,000 herbs 6,000 years ago and knew what each one did. And
people are very resistant to that when they don't realize that almost all pharmaceutical drugs come from plants.
You can't be against the original.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's government propaganda working on you. That's like remember when they had Marinol, when they were making weed illegal, and the people were going through cancer, and their doctors had prescribed them weed for chemotherapy, so they gave them Marinol. Do you remember that shit?
I do.
It's like a synthetic version of weed that's terrible.
But terrible is subjective to nothing. So they have this oil-like cannabis that is for people having seizures.
Right.
And it's the only thing that will stop a seizure.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It is. But here's the thing. The fact that there is a God is the biggest conversation worldwide. But the truth of the matter is there is more reason for you to believe there is a God than there is for you to not. Like the way that things interact. Like if we're just talking about marijuana or alcohol or whatever that is, you have to understand that this thing serves no other purpose than to bring pleasure to this small group of beings.
Right.
And the fact that it already was set up to do that, the fact that it was already set up on this planet for there to be medicines for us to find and to utilize. And you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's not like, oh, yeah, so he made a cow. No, to make a cow, it means you had to also have made grass. And it means you would have had to have invented a whole new eating system for this animal, which was cud. And that means you would then have to have given him 3 stomachs to be able to, and you would have to have known that he was going to then emit a gas that was going to be necessary on the planet. Like, like none of these things
Fertilizer,
are,
all of it.
right. The fact that
Seeds.
everything goes together is how you know.
It's pretty wild. And every time we step in and fuck with it, it goes haywire.
Right.
Every time human beings do it.
Predictably haywire. though.
Haywire.
Right.
Haywire.
Right. But that's part of the benefits of free will. Is you really can jump into a volcano, dude.
Yeah. Haywire.
You really can.
I mean, think about what we've done to wildlife. The craziest thing in this country, especially right here, is pigs. Bro, wild pigs are everywhere, and there's so many of them. I went to a friend of mine's farm, or well, it's like a ranch, to hunt wild pigs, and you just hear them like Lord of the Rings characters in the bushes. And there's 150 of them near you, 250 of them, thousands on the ranch. They're all over the place, and they have 3 litters a year. And they start having litters when they're 6 months old. They just pump out piglets. Let's go.
You can tell they're not delicious.
They are delicious.
Oh, well, then here we go then.
They're
We don't really have a problem then,
Right.
do we?
No, we have a we need to eat pigs problem.
No, we need to be sending this off somewhere to someone who does.
Well, definitely we should. That would be an easy way to solve a lot of hunger problems.
I'm saying we live in a country where we're complaining about food sources.
That's a good point.
These chickens are pecking us to death. They're everywhere. I can't even sleep. Yeah, but they're delicious, right?
Yeah. You have more chickens. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we do have an overabundance problem for sure. We really do. But the pig thing is a wild one. It's hard to get them. Like they're very smart and they spread out and there's so fucking many of them. They shoot them with helicopters. They fly over.
Right.
I've been invited 3 times since I moved here to go shoot pigs out of a helicopter.
But that's part of the reason that you came to Texas.
The freedom, for sure.
Texas is a place of great adventure.
Yeah.
And people who believe in that.
Yeah.
Like, it's really God's country in the right places.
It is in the right places. I think you're going to have annoying people everywhere
They
you go in this world.
one-shot it?
But in general, I think the people here overall are nicer, they're friendlier, and they're not captured. They're not captured by the ether of Hollywood. They haven't been sucked into the vortex of ideological thinking and just that weirdness of that town. So when you escape that and just be around regular people, you're like, oh, people are all right. I've just been in an insane asylum. You're looking for a girlfriend. Like you have to be in a place where you're around good people, like normal people. That's better for you.
You're not trying to say that people that happen to live there are not nice people.
There's a lot of nice people there, for sure.
Here's the thing. Hopefully we can agree that the problem is with extremes.
Yes.
Extreme anything.
Yes.
Extreme left is as vicious and as far right.
Yep.
It's, the middleness of it all that makes America great. And
For
Texas
sure.
has been front and center of that forever.
I think a big part of it, though, is how much does your government control you? Even when things don't even make sense. Like in California, they made flavored vapes illegal. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Like, strawberry mist is our number one
That was
problem.
fine, but they let it also hurt black people in that it counted menthol as a flavor and hurt Newports.
So you can't sell menthol cigarettes in California.
Right, they have their own cigarettes.
Is
They have
wild.
non-menthol Newports. Yeah, it's terrible.
Why do black people like menthol so much? What's that about? It's a totally different type of cigarette.
You're gonna get me canceled.
No.
This is very racist. This
Is it?
conversation, even though neither of us are. Go
Just
figure.
talking about a type
just
of cigarette that
us
people
saying,
enjoy?
just saying, why do black people like Newport so much? And a black
Menthol
black
cigarettes.
person actually getting ready to answer this. It's terrible on all ends.
I don't think it is.
Well, I don't think it is either because we have a new.
It's like if you start asking me about spaghetti, I'm not going to get offended. If you start asking me about Italian food or why are Italian people so loud, I'm not going to get
How many
offended.
people have ever died of pasta-related illnesses?
A lot.
Joe.
A lot of fatzos out there kicking the bucket, bro.
That's not because of
That's
pasta.
an overabundance of carbohydrates.
They were
sir.
going to be fat wherever they lived, sir.
Maybe. That's an
Gonna be great
overindulgence
bread
of
eaters in
delicious high
Uzbekistan.
carbohydrate food. They couldn't stop it. People are addicted to food like they're addicted to anything. If there's a thing that I could ever be addicted to, it's that.
Right. That's all of us, though.
All of us.
And what a blessing.
Yeah, we have so much.
Starving people are addicted
Exactly.
to anything, and they don't have food-related illnesses.
Exactly.
But back to where we were.
Yeah.
You were
The
asking
left
me about
versus the right. I
about
just-
the menthol cigarettes.
Oh, that's right.
And the answer is, we value strength in product. So there's this whole thing with liquor and malt liquor and the difference between the two, and one is richer and stronger.
The more potent version.
Right. And as,
Okay, that makes
as a
sense.
people, we tend to go with those products.
Things are stronger. That makes sense.
Right. Like before things were called concentrate.
Yeah.
That's what we appreciated.
That makes sense.
Concentrated. And the fact that menthol is a natural thing. So,
Right.
anybody who is from the South knows about mint plants and,
And menthol
You've
used
always-
as a skincare product, like
Yeah.
injuries and shit.
Right, like you appreciate that as a flavor profile as
Right.
well. You know,
That makes sense.
the mint julep.
It's just telling people they can't have that anymore. Who the fuck are you? That's my position.
Well, and that's a noble position, and we appreciate the fact that you represent that. But the truth of the matter is not pretty. And the truth of the matter is that most people would like to be controlled more by their government if they
Make
had.
it easier? Maybe.
Most people are all for government control as long as they don't have to discuss it.
Yeah, as long as it works in their favor, they'll give up a lot of rights. And then hopefully the next administration that's
Rights are
right-wing
generally
won't abuse
worthless
those
at the
rights.
time.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that if the government can make life easy, a lot of people have it hard, right? So the government
Yeah.
comes in and says, I'm going to make it easier for you, but I'm going to need certain requirements of you. I'm going to need you to have a digital ID. That digital ID will be attached to a social credit score. And we're going to give you universal basic income. You no longer have to worry about food or shelter. You'll be taken care of. And now you can pursue your dreams.
Is this the mark of the beast you're
Yeah,
speaking of, sir?
I think it is.
Right.
Hey, look
That's the whole thing. Is it's never been difficult at any point in history. Like we got a dude right now that's telling you front and center that I put a computer in somebody's head, guys.
Right.
Like
Yeah. And everybody's going, yay.
it's the greatest thing in the world, sir.
Yeah.
But we understood this 15, 20, 25 years ago. We understood while watching Tron or while watching Cyborg, we understood that there was just this small line medically that needed to be crossed in order for us to be able to do these things.
Yeah.
Like if you can hook a battery up to an octopus and make it go like this, you're halfway there.
Yeah.
Why? Because this is a machine that we have.
It's a
here.
biological machine.
Right. And once
Yeah.
you understand it, you understand it.
Yeah. And you
Yeah.
can fuck with that machine. You can juice it up. You can fucking get it stronger, get it smarter.
This
you can
is-
do a lot of things with that machine.
This is what the Anunnaki said. This is how you know that these are not made up things from people's imagination because everything is too factual. Like this necklace, right?
Right.
People online were like, "Yeah, is that Buddhist or that's this or that?" It's none of that. Like I just try to find the answers to things. So
Is that a ship wheel?
I designed this because this is that thing that you see that all the Anunnaki guys that have that look like a wristwatch, and they always have it, and you're always trying to see what that is.
Yeah, what is that?
It is a time and it's a compass. It's a timekeeping compass.
That's what that is?
Yeah. So that's what made the carrier of great importance because he was able to do things that were magical in nature, like go somewhere and get right back. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
that thing on the wrist was a compass?
a timekeeping
Timekeeping compass.
Yeah. Right. So you had to believe in things that didn't exist at some point, like magnetics and distance and
Right.
probabilities and
Right.
that's how, like, if you were to read like thousands of books about people that knew a bunch of shit, like you start finding out that it's not really about knowing anything, it's about where to go to get the information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like when we look at all the ruins all around the world, like we're not seeing ruins of colleges and universities and all of that. We're seeing temples and synagogues and churches, but people don't understand that that's where that information was coming from for that period of time. When we went to these temples, they weren't in there singing and reading from a book. They were in there being taught things that they were able to go put into practice. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they were being taught agriculture. You know what I mean? Like they were being taught.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they had some very bizarre knowledge too. They had a detailed knowledge of cosmology. They
Joe.
had a really detailed knowledge of our solar system.
100% of the writings across the world, whoever said anything about space or the universe or what was out there, why were all of them correct, Joe? It's not even possible. Like, how did they know that Mars was the red planet, and why was it a worldwide fact?
Right.
Planetarily, that Saturn had rings, like,
Yeah.
based upon what information? Because nobody worldwide is disagreeing. Nobody's like, oh, I thought of this, or it came to me in a dream. Nobody's saying that anywhere in anybody's civilization. Everybody's civilization says this information came from the people that came from there.
Yeah.
There are no coincidences.
Well, they know that Mars used to have an atmosphere. Mars used to have an atmosphere, used to have water. Something happened to its environment.
If that's correct, then there's a guy right now saying he's getting ready to put people up there.
Yep. Exactly.
You see?
Restarted all over again.
50 years ago, there was no water in our whole universe. Let them tell it. Now there's been water almost everywhere. There's water on the moon, for crying out
Are
loud.
you familiar with the Younger Dryas impact theory? Do you know what that is?
Say what it
Younger
is.
Dryas impact theory is a theory that Earth goes through a cycle of like comet storms every June and every November, and most of the time nothing happens. But every now and again we get hit. We get hit big, and they think we got hit big 11,800 plus years ago, and that had to restart civilization. And that what you're seeing from like Mesopotamia, all these people 6,000 years later, they think that is a rebuilding of civilization that was already like just whispers and stories and tales, and then they rebuilt it again thousands of years later. But if you go back to like 11,800 BC, 11,800 years ago, you're dealing with what we thought were hunter-gatherers, and now we know they weren't. Now we know they built complex stone structures, and the real speculation is they think that the people who built the pyramids built them way earlier than the conventional dating is. They think there's real evidence that shows
No.
they're 9,000, 11,000 years old. Easy.
No people built the pyramids.
No people?
No.
Who built them?
No people built the pyramids. And if you look around the world, you see certain telltale things that let you know that advanced machinery was in usage. Look, there this whole thing where slaves are stronger people is a fallacy. We like to believe that slaves are stronger. Slaves are weaker because they don't eat the right food and they live a terrible life. Your slave population is not smarter and better condition
But they don't-
unless
they
you're
don't think
enslaving
slaves
the
built
Jews.
pyramid. They stopped thinking that quite a while ago. They think it was actually skilled labor because of the way they were eating. They found what their camps were, where their food was. They ate like very good food. So they think they were actually skilled labor, but also probably forced skilled labor. But that's probably not the people who built it. That's probably the people that were working on it. That's
Yeah.
probably the people that worked in the village or in the city.
How many companies have done renovations on the White House? None of them have done enough renovation that they can claim it's their White House. So, yes, thousands of years worth of people were there, but that doesn't have anything to do with the building of it.
Who do you think built it?
Well, understand, we know enough now to understand that this was a complex. This was not,
Right.
we've been led to believe that this is how much they worshipped their dead bodies.
Right.
But the evidence doesn't show any of that.
No, it
like,
doesn't.
like when you see inside, when they have those intricate carvings and paintings and stuff in gold and stuff, you have to remember this is in a windowless room, folks. There's no candle soot. There's no this. It's clearly a power plant and built specifically for that location on this planet. For
What do you think it was powered
usage.
by?
The hot water springs underneath it.
So it was powered by the hot water springs? But to what end? How do you know all this, first of all? Is this marijuana talk?
I don't think so. This is.
Where did you read this?
If you follow information about humankind, you find out that in all parts of history, people were coming to this region for their information and their knowledge and their things
Yes.
that were forbidden, and
Yep.
these were not. These were the highest of human civilization. here.
Not even comparable to anyone else.
No.
Nor since. Nor
now
since.
or yeah,
Nor since.
right.
The Great Pyramid of Giza is insane.
Right. like
It's insane.
like even Tesla says that this is where he came to get the information. But if you follow that information pathway, it leads you to this character called Thoth, right? And the emerald tablets of Thoth are literally mind changing and mind blowing, just because you understand when this was written, and the terminology being used is
When was it written?
far too accurate for now. So I'm sure that
Here it is. Emerald Tablet. Also known as the Smaragdine tablet or the Tabula Smaragdina. Boy, I fucked that up. It's a compact
Hermes
and
Trismegistus.
a cryptic hermetic text. It was highly regarded by Islamic and European alchemists as the foundation of their art. Though attributed to the legendary Hellenistic figure Hermes Trismegistus. How do you say it, bro? How'd you say it?
Trismegistus.
Trismegistus. The text of the Emerald Tablet first appears in a number of early medieval Arabic sources, the oldest of which dates to the late 8th or early 9th century. It was translated into Latin several times in the 12th and 13th centuries. Numerous interpretations and commentaries followed. So what does it say, though? The Egyptian god Thoth. Okay, it says beginning in the 2nd century BC onwards, Greek texts attributed to Hermes, a syncretic combination of Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, appeared in Greco-Roman Egypt. Those texts known as the Hermetica are heterogeneous collection of works that in the modern day era are commonly subdivided into two groups. The technical Hermetica, comprising of astrological, medico-botanical, alchemical, and magical writings, and the religio-philosophical Hermetica, comprising of mystical, philosophical writings. Holy shit.
Is this weed talk, Joseph?
No, this is so legit.
So legit.
This
my
is
man.
weed
So this
talk,
dude
Joseph.
was probably an alien.
Dude, first of all, there are no probablys.
Yeah.
That's the benefit once you hear it or read it, is the fact that it's given in first person, and that's not possible. The things that are being said are impossible. Enough time has passed, though, that it's not like that. But
I'm going to read that.
he literally says, hey, there's a spaceship on Earth, and this is where it is. Because if all you care about is information, right? Like, that's what you start to see is when
Genius collection of works that in the alchemists as the foundation of their art. though
mind-blowing, just because you understand when this was written and the terminology being used is
when was it written?
Far too accurate for now. So I'm sure that
here it is. Emerald Tablet, also known as the Smaragdine tablet or the Tabula Smaragdina. Boy, I fucked that up. It's
Hermes
compact and
Trismegistus.
a cryptic Hermetic text. It was highly regarded by Islamic and European alchemists as the foundation of their art. Though attributed to the legendary Hellenistic figure Hermes Trismegistus. How do you say it, bro? How'd you say it?
Trismegistus.
Trismegistus. The text of the Emerald Tablet first appears in a number of early medieval Arabic sources, the oldest of which dates to the late 8th or early 9th century. It was translated into Latin several times in the 12th and 13th centuries. Numerous interpretations and commentaries followed. So what does it say, though? The Egyptian god Thoth. Okay, it says beginning in the 2nd century BC onwards, Greek texts attributed to Hermes, a syncretic combination of Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, appeared in Greco-Roman Egypt. Those texts known as the Hermetica are a heterogeneous collection of works that in the modern day era are commonly subdivided into two groups. The technical Hermetica, comprising of astrological, medico-botanical, alchemical, and magical writings, and the religio-philosophical Hermetica, comprising of mystical, philosophical writings. Holy shit.
Is this weed talk, Joseph?
No, this is so legit.
So legit, my man.
So this dude was probably an alien.
Dude, first of all, there are no probablys.
Yeah.
That's the benefit once you hear it or read it, is the fact that it's given in first person, and that's not possible. The things that are being said are impossible. Enough time has passed, though, that it's not like that. But
I'm going to read that.
He literally says, hey, there's a spaceship on Earth, and this is where it is. Because if all you care about is information, right? Like, that's what you start to see is when you get to everybody's civilization, Asian, Indian, African, when you get to the crux of their information, nobody's disagreeing with anybody.
Right. If you figured out how the fuck they did it, if there was any logical explanation that people could have done it, I would be on board. I'd be like, well, okay.
But there aren't any people saying that.
Human beings it's possible if you had enough power and you had enough engineering and mathematics that you could figure out how to design and construct the pyramid.
Yes.
But then the logistical problem of getting the stones from hundreds of miles away, massive, several ton, up to 80-ton stones.
Joe.
That's crazy.
If you,
500 miles away, some of them.
Even if you could do it, let me ask you this. Would you build it on sand?
I don't think it was originally sand. So that's the thing.
Right. This was a fertile valley.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Right.
The Nile Valley.
That was the reason they had electric and Wi-Fi, and they had all of that.
They probably did. And that's probably where the Younger Dryas impact theory comes in.
The greatest trick is to make us believe that people back then were dumber and we're smarter.
Right.
And that whole thing is a fallacy.
Yeah, that's definitely not real.
But it's worth it for us to believe that.
I think we are the children of the survivors of some great catastrophe. And I think that's why every single
Not everybody.
biblical scholar... What?
Not everybody. Some people.
What do you mean?
Are that.
Some people are the survivors?
Right.
Well, I mean, most human beings probably got wiped out in comet storms. And I think we probably got... There's been points in history that they know of where human beings got down to like 7,000 people.
Who's counting them?
I think they use genetics and they backtrace and they try to find individuals that were capable of having X amount of children. I wonder how they do the calculations. It's a good question.
The things in Hollywood
guessing,
and in writing that have attracted our attention worldwide were all based on some truth. So all the stories of hobbits have been successful in all of their genres. Why? Because they existed. Like we now know that there were whole pygmy groups and that, we understand that that's what the Seven Dwarves was.
Yeah. Like that island of Flores, man, that they found. They literally call it a hobbit. It was like a 3-foot tall person that was covered in hair, smaller head than us, used tools.
As a preteen, I knew that Atlantis really existed just because of how it was spoken of offhandedly.
Mm-hmm. Just that it was known
in
to
early
exist.
writings.
Yeah.
Well, not just mentioned, but mentioned offhandedly like you would a place that's just a landmark.
Right. We landed in New York before we went to Montreal. Yeah.
We were in Austin.
Yeah.
By Dallas.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever seen the guy that thinks that they found the spot in Africa? What is that the ring called? That Jimmy Corsetti is he's on this. This dude is an expert in this shit. He's an expert in ancient catastrophes and the remnants and the evidence that shows that these civilizations existed and something happened. And he's focused on this one area in Africa that he believes is Atlantis. And he says it has all the hallmark characteristics and there's all the evidence of massive water erosion surrounding the area. That at one point in time, it's very likely that this area got hit with a massive flood and it matches all the characteristics of Atlantis. When you see it, when you see the way the concentric circles of rings, like try explaining this. You're gonna see it, and try explaining this through a natural phenomenon that doesn't exist anywhere around it.
Right.
Concentric circles that is near what used to be water, and there's heavy water erosion marks all around it that indicate massive amounts of quick flowing water in a very short period of time.
Right. Yeah.
I forget what it's called, but I know exactly where it is. It's right here. So you can zoom in. It's right
That's it. Look at that thing, bro. Are you fucking kidding me?
The reshot structure.
That's it. The reshot structure. I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
I think if you go 3D, you can see the.
Now imagine if that was this massive city of concentric circles and walls and a thriving population, and then it gets hit with this water. You can see the water erosion all over the place. The whole thing looks like it's washed out. See?
Yeah.
It looks like it was washed out because it was.
Right.
And that's salt, I believe.
But that's
yes,
what
there's
makes,
salt there. That's the other thing.
between this and the Garden of Eden locations, like these are two of the great landmarks in human history.
Where's the Garden of Eden?
Well, when you read the stories, right, the thing that strikes you is that it's so specific. Like, it says things in talking about the Garden of Eden that, wait a minute, if I can't
looks like when I don't control recoil and when I do. Because I'm not cheating and I don't want to be in these cheater lobbies anymore. It's really hard to make content in these lobbies. EM2, feet in the air, no foot pedal, not controlling. Controlling. I've been shadow banned for the 4th time. I feel like the
find what you're talking about, this isn't even real. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like where the Garden of Eden was, there's, I think, 4 rivers that come from it. And then it names 2 of them. Like, I don't want to be specific because at least he's going to bring it up. But it's like the Nile and the Euphrates, right?
Right.
So you know 2 of them. And it's saying, where the four meet, this is where it is. And yeah, my whole life I was like, this is really weird, because at one period of time we're thinking no flood happens. There's so many things that have lined up from these great religious books to where we can see that no, something happened here. Like,
something happened, and these are stories of people telling stories that have been told to them for about 1,000 years.
But this is why, right?
Yeah,
this is why they were told, and that's what
Yeah.
that's the difference between those of us that want to know the world's mysteries and conspiracy theorists. Like, there's nothing to a conspiracy theorist because you're not producing what you're using. But these world mysteries, like, that's harder to do. A lie is not something that people are going to repeat for generations on generations. It's being repeated like that because people have reason to believe it to be true. And as you go through history, you see that those are the stories that we still talk about, but they're still valid. Like there were writings that the African Dogon tribe is like they're,
from like the Sirius star system.
Like they're saying. Very specific things, and for hundreds of years we're going, you guys are idiots, you don't know what you're talking about, right? Like somebody would have a fake star story, you see, and now we get to the point where we can actually see what they were talking about.
What if we find out that we're aliens, that we were just dropped off here a long ass time? The Adam and Eve story is the story of the place where they created us.
I'm sure we're the only people in the universe that think like that.
You think so? Why do you think that?
No portion of humankind's story differs from that.
It's all creation story.
Like, if you go, that's why NASA and Space Force are not more forthcoming, because the further you get in space, the more obvious shit is. Like, once you're up there and you're looking down, this shit doesn't look like there is no God. It looks like you're in the middle of somebody's workshop and they just showed you every single way that every star can be made, every single way a planet can be made, every way that angle, like, obvious shit is. Like, once you're up there and you're looking down, this shit doesn't look like there is no God. It looks like you're in the middle of somebody's workshop and they just showed you every single way that every star can be made, every single way a planet can be made, every way that a black hole can be, a galaxy, a universe, and then showed you the best of the best. There is no, like, once you're up there and the further you get in space, the more obvious shit is. Like, once you're up there and you're looking down, this shit doesn't look like there is no God. It looks like you're in the middle of somebody's workshop and they just showed you every single way that every star can be made, every single way a planet can be made, every way that a black hole can be, a galaxy, a universe, and then showed you the best of the best.
It's the spot. I mean, in our solar system, we're the best neighborhood that's ever existed. They all suck. Every other planet sucks.
We're rudimentary enough that we still require environmental help.
Right, until you get that chip. Once you get
At
that
each
chip,
point, it would be like saying people that didn't learn how to ride horses, they were slow. Like, they couldn't run fast enough, so they got horses.
Right.
No, it didn't have anything to do with that. Better's better.
That's really what it's going to be. Better's better. We're all going to integrate.
Like, we would have told you 30 years ago that we wouldn't need a Space Force unless we went up there and found something.
I think the Space Force, the idea is that they're worried about
It's not an idea.
someone else being in space first with weapons flying around.
You mean us?
Yeah. Well, if we can do it, they can do it. That's the thing.
Who is they?
Whoever it is.
No,
China.
there's only humankind and alien.
Oh, I agree.
Right.
The problem is, this is what we really need. We really need this Neuralink to lock us all together.
Alien.
We can do it.
Not Space Force unless we went up there and found something.
I think the Space Force, the idea is that they're worried about
It's not an idea.
someone else being in space first with weapons flying around.
You mean us?
Yeah. Well, if we can do it, they can do it. That's the thing.
Who is they?
Whoever it is.
No,
China.
there's only humankind and
Yes.
alien.
Oh, I agree.
Right.
The problem is, this is what we really need. We really need this Neuralink to lock us all together so everybody can read everybody's mind. That's what's going to happen, and then there's going to be no more leaders. There's going to be no more governments.
You're being
There's gonna
very
be no more...
controversial right now. Okay, so look, that
Better is better.
That exists already. So just understand that the worldwide government is way smarter than we give them credit for, because they have us believing they don't do nothing. But the truth is, like, Like, there's no such thing as the government is in bed with the internet. No, the internet is a government installation that they allowed the world to use for free so that they could have the information willingly because you're on it.
That's what it became.
Exactly.
But I think
that's
it's
what it
just
was
the
to
progression.
become.
You think so?
Yes.
I think the progression of technology oftentimes leads itself to, like, even cell phones. At first, it was Michael Douglas walking on the beach in Wall Street, looking amazing with that brick, carrying that big brick. Like, look at that guy. He's got a phone with no cord. He's out on the beach. This is insane. To everybody having a phone.
But not to everybody, because those in the ham radio community and people with the CBs, they didn't feel like that was cutting edge because it really wasn't. Like
it's still cutting edge to
this
walk around with a device. It's a leap in technology.
Here's the thing: when you look at all of our inventions, that's when you know that these space encounters were real, because we only have advancement in a couple of industries in the world, and everything else is nothing. So, like the microwave that they had 30 years ago, it looks the same as the same microwave now. Why? Because it was done as a military thing. It was supposed to be a weapon, and then they found out, it heats up food, and they put a door on it. And so it hasn't changed at all because invention is very difficult. And
do you subscribe to the idea that we get back engineered?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why those leaps, we don't see those leaps in anything else. Is my point. Like
yeah, there's so much
real
speculation
time
about the creation of a bunch of different things that came out of Roswell. Fiber optics.
Right, but remember, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, this is crazy talk.
Crazy talk,
but
now it's
but
New
it's
York
not.
Times.
Like, it's at the point, at this point, like, Area 51 would have to be doing something.
They were definitely doing something.
Right.
Yeah.
And nobody's telling a differing story as to what it is.
Right.
Like, people have great imaginations all through history. They could make up something. The only damning information is if you read 3,000 accounts of these entities and realize, wait a minute, why is everybody describing the same couple of beings?
Right.
Like, there's no there's no outliers. Like,
there's like 3 different things they describe. Yeah, they said that they documented 8 to 12.
We're not talking about English-speaking people. We're talking about worldwide. Right.
Worldwide.
Like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what is striking.
Indigenous people in Australia drew them. Yeah.
Right. Nobody's saying anything outlandish. And
No.
that's what you get to when you go religiously or...
Well, the alien thing is a bit of a religion to a lot of folks. They don't want to believe
It's a
anything's fake.
necessary component.
Yeah.
Whatever religion you're a part of, at some point it says...
You were contacted.
That there was a fight in heaven, and, this happened and that happened.
Yep, every single one of them.
Everyone, nobody's telling a different story. Right. Everybody's telling the same stories.
Yeah.
Like, that's how you know that vagina and gold are universal things, because in everybody's story, none of these otherworldly entities had any interest in anything other than women.
And gold.
Right, pussy or gold. Like, because, and you understand that now when you start learning about what's in space, because you can see that any element or any commodity that we sell here is abundant in space, like trash. They found one meteor that was worth all the money
on Earth.
Yeah, 770 billion.
No, it's
trillion. It was another number. Some crazy number. Right. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, they know that there's spots in space that have abundant minerals that are very valuable. And the thing about the Sumerian story, the Sumerian text story, the real story would make everyone a billionaire on this earth. Everyone would be a billionaire. But every person would earn several $billion.
So it sounds jokey, right? But understand, somebody got this contract. Like, they broke this up into several worldwide contracts. Like
10,000 quadrillion.
It's just there.
But here's the thing: if you got that much gold, is gold valuable anymore? Because one of the things about gold is that there's not that much of it. If you look at, you ever seen the number of gold on Earth?
That's not necessary in capitalism. They showed us that with diamonds.
That's true. They can hide
it is about the perception of things. And if I buy up all of something, it is rare now. Immediately, just because I have control of all of it.
Right.
And that is worth killing Tesla over. And that's why the people are still in business in Hollywood, because everything's a commodity.
Did you ever read, you ever heard of Zecharia Sitchin? Zecharia Sitchin was a biblical scholar who he deciphered the Sumerian text, and he was like an expert in language. And when he deciphered them, he might not have been a biblical scholar, might have just been a language expert. But either way, he deciphered these texts and wrote these books about the real meaning behind everything they were saying. And he said that the reason why we are so fascinated with gold is that the Anunnaki literally would have us mine gold for them because they needed it to protect their atmosphere. So what they would do is take gold, which is very rare in what it does. What gold can do is you can take a little piece of gold like this big and coat this entire table. It's real weird.
Right.
So and you could turn it into a fine dust, and they suspended this fine dust in their atmosphere to protect them from a degrading atmosphere because they were getting global warming or whatever.
Everybody that was.
He wrote about this in the 70s.
It doesn't matter because everybody in Egypt knew it. Like, this is where the alchemy.
Yeah, that's where it all originated.
Right.
Well,
like,
we don't even know what they knew.
None of those people are saying, hey, I came up with this shit. They're saying.
Right, somebody gave it to us.
Somebody who came from this place here came and told us that this is how this goes and this is what this is worth.
Yeah.
Because I'm saying the people that were being abused in the mines going to get the diamonds, it wasn't like that for them. It was just them getting these rocks. And this crazy guy's going to pay a day's wages for us to gather rocks. Let's gather them.
Right.
You know, this is... But when you follow back, it's all about the information. And at the top of it, nobody's trying to claim it. Like, nobody's saying...
Right, I invented this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is wild. If imagine this, that's why we're getting most of our shit. Back-engineered stuff they leave for us. We have to figure it out, sort through it. The people that have alien technology, the people that do have an alien craft that they work on, what a weird reality you must live in. The whole rest of the world's got guessing. And you got this thing in front of you like, oh, Israel, we have one. I can show it to you.
That's how everybody in Space Force will have to feel, right?
Right, they must. How many of them you think see shit?
I'm saying, how do you think Elon Musk really feels? Like,
I don't think he's going to tell you.
No, I'm saying in his head, can he still have a superhero? Or is he one of them?
Ooh.
You know he's one of them. Like,
if you're the richest dude in the world and you're also a super genius, how the fuck do you stop yourself from thinking you're a superhero? That's the big question.
No, it's not like that.
No?
No, it doesn't have superhero side effects to it.
I mean, you would probably think.
The more you know, the more you know how little you know.
That's true, too.
There's not a, you know what I mean? And nobody has ownership of information. That's why reading books moves civilization.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, when I said, like, you know, I read 3,000 books, people were like, yeah, right. But, you know, everything in life is about the environment it was grown in, the petri dish, right? So if I told you that from the time I was 8 to the time I was 12, I never celebrated any birthdays. I never went to a birthday party. I never had a Thanksgiving or Christmas. I never trick-or-treated. I wasn't allowed to watch movies, and I wasn't allowed to watch TV. All I could do was read. If I told you that, then you would understand that for 8 hours a day, I got 8 hours, and I can read, and I love to read. And so I'm reading books that are 250, 200 pages, and it takes me about an hour to read one. So, yeah, I'm reading 8 a day. Yeah, like all I'm doing is reading because that's what. So I'm checking out 20 books. The limit at the library is 20 books at one time. So I'm going Monday, Wednesday, and Friday just because this is my thing. Like,
so you're getting 60 books a week?
Minimum. Because
really?
Yeah, because I'm reading more than that because I still have religious books that I have to read. So understand this is pre-internet first.
Right.
So understand that in reading one thing that I'm reading, right?
Right.
This one thing that I'm reading is also requiring me to have this appendix book that is the source book that it's telling me it's getting these things from. And so I've got 4 books open at a time just for this one book. Like, but yeah, so first, I guess between 8 and 12, I can read classics and nonfiction. So I'm saying no novels or anything like that. I'm just reading Time Life has like 1,800 of these individual books on all subjects of the world. And
so you just spent most of your time reading?
Not most, all of it.
All of your time reading. And then when did it?
That was my thing because like I was able to be in each of these stories. You follow what I'm saying? And I was getting so much information. Like half of those I probably had to write a 1-page report on after, you know. But yeah, that was my whole thing. The numbers aren't even really accurate because I read more than that. Because like sometimes I would read something and I wouldn't get it. Like there was this classic book called Little Women that I probably read it 4 times because I didn't understand it, and I knew it was a classic, but
I never read it. What's it about? Have you read it, Jamie?
Some Little Women.
I kid. I just watched an episode of Curb where they're talking about it.
What is the story about?
Well, here's the thing.
Sisters, I don't know.
Yeah, right. Like 4 sisters, like that. Okay, but they had money and an incredible circumstance. But the thing was, I didn't have any sisters, so I didn't have anything to pull from, and I didn't have women in my life like that. So, yeah, a lot of things I would have to read multiple times for me to get.
Right, to try to think how they thought.
Right. Well, yeah, even the 3 Musketeers. Like I probably read it 3 times because You know, it was so. I read it like the first time to read it, but then the next time I had to read it again because these characters were really distinct characters,
Right.
and I couldn't figure out. Wait a minute, did this happen really in history, or was somebody just this good at telling this story of the, you know? But it's things like that that leads you to the Knights Templar story, which leads you to, you know, seeing how things through history have remained. You know what I mean? Like all of that you get from the books.
Well, history to me has always been the most fascinating thing because you can't quite imagine it. You're trying to imagine, you're piecing it together, listen to these stories, and just sit back and go, what the fuck was that like?
Right.
And it
Which
wasn't
is
even
what
that
we
long
create
ago.
every day.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we're creating the future's version of what the fuck was that like. This place right here freaks me out the most. Is this area, specifically this area of Texas, the Hill Country, was just all Native Americans forever. There's thousands of arrowheads, man. Look at this.
Here's the
My friend
thing.
found this on his ranch.
None of those people, when we say those people, none of them picked a bad place ever.
No.
That's when you understand that there's a grid.
Yeah.
Because nobody's holy people picked bad spots.
No.
Everybody understood certain things about the area, and long before they had X-ray machines. And
Yeah.
if you just went by that in the whole world, you would start to understand, like, the true power of the Vatican and the fact that certain things are based on real shit, like the Ark of the Covenant ain't some spooky little story. It's
What do you think
like,
it is? Think it's like a nuclear generator or something like that? What do you think it is?
whatever the nucleus is that would nuclearly power something that would have initially been in the pyramids would also have been in the Ark of the Covenant, which would be the same thing. It's something that you can't fuck with, and it's radioactive, and it's very powerful,
That's why
but
they
it
gotta put all
still
the
has
rocks
to
around
be.
it. Oh, shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Imagine-
Nobody's telling any crazy stories, my man. Not globally.
No.
No. Everything
Well, it gets
was
less
about
crazy
something.
every year. It gets less crazy every year.
Yeah.
20 years ago, talking about any of this stuff was straight up nonsense.
Yeah, understood certain things about the area, and long before they had X-ray machines. And
Yeah.
if you just went by that in the whole world, you would start to understand, like, the true power of the Vatican and the fact that certain things are based on real shit, like the Ark of the Covenant ain't some spooky little story. It's
What do you think
like,
it is? Think it's like a nuclear generator or something like that? What do you think it is?
whatever the nucleus is that would nuclearly power something that would have initially been in the pyramids would also have been in the Ark of the Covenant, which would be the same thing. It's something that you can't fuck with, and it's radioactive, and it's very powerful,
That's why
but
they
it
gotta put all
still
the
has
rocks
to
around
be.
it. Oh, shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Imagine-
Nobody's telling any crazy stories, my man. Not globally.
No.
No. Everything
Well, it gets
was
less
about
crazy
something.
every year. It gets less crazy every year.
Yeah.
20 years ago, talking about any of this stuff was straight up nonsense.
Yes.
But now people are like, hold on. That's probably what disclosure actually looks like. It looks like a slow trickle integration into the zeitgeist to the point where it's just normal.
Because a lot of times they're right. A lot of
Yeah.
times it turns out that they were right, that no, we couldn't have told people that because they would have went and this would have happened and that would have happened, and you can start to see that. Like,
Yeah. That's why, when you think about what people have always believed, that's why angels and devils freak me out. Because no one wants to believe that there's a Satan, that there's a devil.
You
that
believe in
there's-
astronauts, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But people have always said there is.
You mean a bad and a good?
Yeah, not just a bad and a good, but an actual evil, malevolent force.
No, just start with bad
Okay,
and
yes,
good.
bad and
Okay,
good,
so
yeah.
if we started bad and good, then we understand what must be at the extremes of that.
Right.
Nobody's telling a different story.
And then there's a concept of actual entities,
Yes.
actual demonic entities that do exist.
Well, I'm saying your DNA is either fused or it's not. If it is, it requires a fuser. That's all.
A few.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
I'm saying if they tell you that certain parts of your DNA are fused, that requires a fuser. Did I say that right?
I'm not sure. I see what you're saying. The structure to us.
Yo, what's up, bro?
all of
Happy
it
Saturday, dude.
does seem remarkable.
In a no mistakes type of way.
Yeah, and in a synchronicity.
What you got going on today, brother?
Flies in the face of the accidental Big Bang, nothing from nothing way of thinking. And it always has been.
Well, that's what I think, like in the beginning there was light, when they talk about that. If you were going to describe the beginning of the universe, even if you're describing the Big Bang, which there's a lot of speculation that that wasn't necessarily the beginning, that there might be a continuous cycle of these events happening over and over again. But if you're talking about a creation story, you would say in the beginning there was light. There was. It was a fucking enormous amount of light. It created the entire universe.
Literally.
Literally.
Right.
I think.
Which is all it says. And here's like.
Isn't it 9 in the morning? You're just getting back? Like you've already done a shift and it's only 9 in the morning? How long you been up, brother? Nice, nice. You're saying from the day before? You're saying from yesterday, right? From Friday night. Tired from work. Okay, got it. I think I know what you're saying. What are you playing in League today? What are you, fucking... what's the word I'm looking for? What are you torturing people with in the top lane today? Started at 5 a.m. Finish at 3. Jeez, bro. It's a long shift, man. What holiday is it? It's a long fucking shift, dude. 5 to 3. Oh. What is that, like 10 fucking hours? Dude, that's crazy. Why are you working so long, man? Drain tank volley. Thinking Zach wasn't too far. Now you gotta play the unkillable champion that does 20 billion fucking damage. Doesn't lose to a single matchup. Love it. I've honestly thought about playing. I used to play Volibear actually. I build them with like Trinity and whatnot. Yeah, Labor Day, right. 10-hour shift, right. Does Volibear really do bad into Alawi? I feel like they just cancel each other out. Like they're both equally as OP. If I was Volibear into Alawi, I'd just fucking take Ignite TP, honestly. Yeah, I don't know how Quinn, because your Volibear Q just resets. You get like a whole screen's worth of movement if she E's onto you, and if she doesn't, you just stun her anyway. Play for team. Yep. Split pushers are so weak, I think, man. You have to have perfect CS on them to be relevant. And you just get fucking outscaled at one item by every single champion in the game that doesn't split as well. Pretty annoying, dude. If you're not in a fighting matchup, if you're not in bruiser versus bruiser matchup and you play split pusher, you're just getting fucked. What item is what item is he using with that rune? Oh, I forgot about power. I don't even know what the fuck that item is, man. Unending Despair. Oh, is that the drain item? So it works with Fimble. Yeah, that's just build is gross, man. Volibear just does too much damage, bro. You don't even have to build damage on the champion. Shocks every 7 seconds in combat. This is the drain tank item? I didn't know it shocked them. Fimble is such a good item, dude. It's one of the best items in the game, I think. It's one of the best items in the game, hands down. Hands down. At some point, I'm gonna make a tank account and only play tanks because they're fun. Playing for the team is fun, especially when you play fucking bruisers or 6 years or however long I've been playing League, 7 years. Playing a different play style is fun. That's why when I get field support, I actually don't mind it. Heals with health, oh, of course it does. Of course it does. Is the drain tank volley build, is it crept up into pro play yet? Yeah, actually, that's gonna be so toxic. I can't believe Udyr's gotten to pro play, to be honest. I know it's good and it's broken, but pro play normally, it's never like... Pro play normally, they don't abuse like solo queue stuff. They normally just play... Pro players are normally reluctant to like pull shit like that out. Meta's range top. Oh my god. In pro play or solo queue? Or both? What are people playing? Vayne? Cassio, Rise, Lucian, Akshan. It is nasty. Smolder top? Yeah, because the fucking dash she has. Dude, how gross is the champion, though? It's gross. I don't mind watching Gnar. I don't mind watching Aatrox, honestly, but K'Sante, I hate watching that champion. I hate it with the passion. All right, buddy. Enjoy, man. I'll be on for a good bit. Enjoy, buddy. Oh, what skin are you using, by the way? If you're still here. Police? Okay. All right. That skin's a good one. My favorite, I probably have to say, he's got some good skins. I can't think of them all off the top of my head. I like the 1000 Eye one. That one's good. The OG skin as well. You can't get wrong with the OG. Is it? It's nice. Goodbye. Good find. The OG skin is good. Really, really good. What's the matchup? Just tell me whenever you can. I'm curious. I'm curious. Oh, nice. I wanted these. That kills pretty quick. You know what I should do, actually? Yeah, that's a good idea.
Whatever they say that hell or Hades is in any of these religions worldwide, it is the perfect description. Okay.
But people have always said there is.
You mean a bad and a good?
Yeah, not just a bad and a good, but an actual evil, malevolent force.
No, just start with bad
Okay,
and
yes,
good.
bad and
Okay,
good,
so
yeah.
if we started bad and good, then we understand what must be at the extremes of that.
Right.
Nobody's telling a different story.
And then there's a concept of actual entities.
Yes.
Actual demonic entities that do exist.
Well, I'm saying your DNA is either fused or it's not. If it is, it requires a fuser. That's all.
A fuser.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
I'm saying if they tell you that certain parts of your DNA are fused, that requires a fuser. Did I say that right?
I'm not sure. I see what you're saying. The structure to us in everything, all of it, does seem remarkable.
In a no mistakes type of way.
Yeah, in a synchronistic sort of a way.
Which flies in the face of the accidental Big Bang, nothing from nothing way of thinking. And it always has been.
Well, that's what I think, like in the beginning there was light, when they talk about that. If you were going to describe the beginning of the universe, even if you're describing the Big Bang, which there's a lot of speculation that that wasn't necessarily the beginning, that there might be a continuous cycle of these events happening over and over again. But if you're talking about a creation story, you would say in the beginning there was light. There was. This fucking enormous amount of light. It created the entire universe.
Literally.
Literally.
Right.
Animations
Which is
are
all it is.
beautiful.
And here's, like, whatever they say that hell or Hades is in any of these religions worldwide, it is the perfect description for what a black hole is in real life.
Ah.
It is. You fall through forever.
A bottomless pit.
Yeah. Where time doesn't exist.
Where time does not exist, where you don't die, but you don't exit. Where the information.
I never thought about that.
Stars.
Right. But it eats stars and galaxies, all that, right? But we can have multiple of them and everything will still be okay.
They're the center. The center of
That's
every
the
galaxy.
flex.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
we're
the
fine with
flex.
that. It's like if you live in Africa, you're gonna deal with lions.
What's this thing? Oh, it kills everything.
Right.
Everything what? Everything it touches.
Everything. It's gonna get us eventually, but not now.
What? You mean you have two of them?
They find them floating around.
They find them.
They find them floating around.
Right.
I mean, they noticed them.
Yeah.
They noticed that they're out there floating around.
Yeah.
They found one that's so fucking big. We did this thing when we played a video of how small the Earth is in comparison to the Sun, how small the Sun is in comparison to giant stars, and how small giant stars are into the most massive, supermassive black hole that they know currently. It's bananas.
Our perfect habitat is so perfect that anyone universally would say, whew, location. You know?
Like the greatest real estate agent ever.
If the moon or the sun were further back, we'd
be fucked.
Yeah, or,
If Jupiter wasn't there.
closer. Or like
Yeah.
the whole thing is, someone later saying, do you think Beverly Hills was, you think this was an area they built on purpose? Yeah, it was. Oh, don't let me.
Oh. Just imagine if the moon was slightly smaller. Just imagine.
Look.
Imagine if the Earth was slightly further away from the sun.
They know that it's to the point where some of it might have been artificially done, and they're aware of that. They're aware of the truth.
So the artificially
specifics of the
created solar
moon.
system? Oh, the moon.
Right.
I've heard that
specifically.
theory. That's a wild theory.
Well, some of it's not theory. Like I was on that subject as a teenager, but as a grown person is when the thing happened where they hit it with the missile and it rang like a bell.
Yeah.
Like certain things are.
What was the explanation for that? Because it did have some sort of a crazy like.
The question is, who will offer an explanation?
Right.
Because it wasn't like that. They didn't just do it once. Like all
Imagine-
accounts say, it rang like a bell for hours and hours and hours.
Imagine if that's a feature for a stable planet that they put there.
Well, that's how Xbox works,
Really?
or PlayStation. I'm an Xbox guy, but I'm saying, you have your gaming system, and it just requires that and your Wi-Fi nearby, and bam,
Right.
make things happen. And so many of our things globally we come by understanding that and magnetics and dynamics and things that really work.
There's a lot of people that think that whatever we're seeing isn't just from another planet, but from another dimension. That they're dimensional travelers. That they have access to places that we don't have access to. Because we're too primitive. We can't wrap our head around it as a civilization. We haven't reached the ability to transcend, but that they can, and that they're here all the time.
Well, the way we look at it, you know, we're the greatest spot in the universe, but the travelers don't lead us to believe that.
Well, there's always competition. There's always going to be a greater civilization than the one previous. There's always going to be more. There's always going to be more. If people are going to innovate to the point where they're going to make spacecrafts, that means these people are competing with each other. These things, whatever they are, they must be in some sort of competition. There must be something that motivates them. And so,
right, but at that level, competition is healthy, and there are no unhealthy components.
Hopefully.
So, well, no,
Yeah.
not hopefully, definitely. Once we're all building space, personal space contraptions for ourselves, we're going to push one another. It's not just we're going to all want the best one.
Yeah.
And we're going to insist that that be the case, just like we do with cars.
when I said hopefully, what I mean is that, like, hopefully they will be, like, healthy, friendly competition. That's what motivates them. What's not hopeful is that they could be robotic, emotionless things that have transcended biological needs, and that they just have a function. That function is seeding intelligent life in the universe and establishing, just like you would be a farmer and you would go out and leave hay for the animals.
Needs are primitive.
Yeah, they are primitive, but we're always moving into some more and more complex direction. Technologically, it seems like that's never going to stop.
Right.
And the only thing that makes sense to me is that we're doing something because that's like what we're literally designed to do. We have all these things that sort of motivate people, and greed and lust and curiosity.
Yeah.
But what we're doing is we're always making better things.
Yeah.
Constantly making better things, which would lead ultimately to the creation of a higher life form, some more intelligent, emotionless being. And that's the scary thought, is that all this life out there is life that was created by biological creatures who had these desires and needs that ultimately led to them making a better version of them. And then that is like the butterfly that comes out of the cocoon.
As soon as we put people in space, we became aliens that day, right?
Right, yeah.
A lot of things are perspective.
That's true. I mean, you could say you're a camper, but you're really only going to tent in your yard. You're still kind of camping.
Well,
You know, but that's what
I'm
we're doing
saying
as far as space travel.
our guy has put a date on the Mars colonization, though, right?
Yeah, but he's also put a date on the Roadster. When that Tesla Roadster's coming out, that motherfucker's never going to see the light of day. When is that car coming out?
No, because
Something about it the other day.
That car's supposed to be out for years.
Yeah, it's supposed to be out 2 or 3 years ago.
that's part of being a billionaire.
Sure.
It's not worth putting out something that's not right. It doesn't matter how bad it's wanted.
Well, he actually explained that. He said it was manufacturing is insanely difficult. And the way he explained it, it's you don't consider it because people just manufacture things. Think it's normal. But he was like, the process of manufacturing, especially like a car, an electric car, insanely difficult.
He had a harder time doing that Cybertruck than he did space stuff.
Cybertruck's hard. What's all folded steel? It's this fucking massive 7,000+ pound folded steel truck that goes 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. And it looks like it's from the future. It looks like if you were
It's
gonna
the
watch a
hottest thing
movie-
on Mars.
It's crazy. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
It looks like the most futuristic car ever.
Right.
Yeah, but
as kids, that's what we drew.
I don't know when we're going to Mars, and I don't know who the fuck's going to do that. That's a 6-month journey, and you're just hoping.
So what? Several billionaires were talked into getting into a capsule with limited air.
True.
To go a long way down.
Bro, that's a dark way to die. Just knowing
Well,
that you chose to
just
do
know,
it.
even if you're a racist hearing this, all death is dark. So
What I mean is the last moments must be horrific.
no
You're
more,
hearing
no
creaking.
more horrific than anyone else's.
I know, but there's something about the choice of being, thousands of feet under the water.
No, it's
and
being a
knowing that
billionaire.
It's crushing.
Your soul dies long before. I could have done anything. This is what I chose.
That's hilarious.
That death.
That guy could be fishing in Maui right now. With a nice cold beer, hanging out with his friends, listening to some music. Instead he hears,
Right.
he's like carbon fiber starting to crack. God damn.
It's already done at that point.
Yep,
None of
it's
that's
done.
happening.
They knew those people were dead a long time ago, which is interesting because I didn't know how sophisticated the underwater listening devices are. But they have these super sophisticated underwater listening devices everywhere to make sure that Russia's not sneaking up on us. Because Russia will sneak up on a motherfucker. Russia's
Sir.
snuck up on people before.
Sir, none of that is for Russia.
You think it's for aliens?
None of that is for Russia.
You think it's for aliens?
Oh.
What underwater listening devices? 'Cause they knew the aliens were under there.
Okay, let's see if this is weed talk or not. So, which one do we know more about? Do we know more about space or do we know more about the oceans?
We know more about space. Yeah, quite a bit more.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, and part of that is because
The ocean's very difficult to penetrate.
At some point, it's government
They're hiding things from us. I would hide things from people. I would definitely make it illegal for you to have a submarine. You can have a yacht. Don't get crazy. You can't go underwater. I gotta know where the fuck you are. If I need to collect taxes.
Well,
if you're floating around, I can pull up.
It was a conspiracy theory at one point that you know the government got bases inside the mountains.
Right. Well, until they had to expand the boundary behind Area 51 and make Area 51 larger, they never even admitted it existed. It wasn't until the Obama administration that they actually came out and said, Area 51's a real thing. We need more land. Do you ever see the video of Bob Lazar, the guy who used to work there? Have you ever seen that guy? That's
I was
wild.
following old Bob Lazar.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Do you think he's telling the truth?
Here's the thing, Joe. Just an opinion, but what I find fascinating is the lack of imagination in any of these stories where imagination could apply.
Like if someone was bullshitting, you'd see evidence of it, right? Because that's the thing. If people bullshit, they kind of bullshit about everything.
Right.
Because they think they're smart enough to trick you. No one's smart enough to come up with one story only their whole life. Their whole life, they're straight, down the middle, square, tell the truth all the time. But one time, they decide to have a whopper of a lie and just fabricate this thing and structure it.
You're seeing somebody tell you a story that is the only explanation for certain things that are happening.
Yeah. Especially he tells you a story, and then you have independent people who also used to work for the government now becoming whistleblowers and saying there's a crashed retrieval program. Crashed UFO retrieval program.
It goes back to what I'm saying, Joe. This is how you say this without getting canceled. Look, you do think they're doing something, don't you?
They're doing something. They wouldn't tell us
because
everything they're doing.
we want to believe nobody's doing nothing. No, we're doing stuff.
They're doing something. They're just not telling us.
That's part of it, though, right?
You know what the people involved in the retrieval call the vehicles? They call them donations.
Right. Well, because
that's what they think they are. They think that the limited times that these crafts have shown themselves.
You as the driver or the occupant didn't mean for that to be your destination, and you don't take anything. You only give. Therefore, that's why it's known as a donation. Because it's what you would say if one of those meteors that we were talking about, if one just the size of a refrigerator landed in your backyard, $1 billion can land in your backyard, easy peasy.
Or obliterate an entire city and send everybody back to the Stone Age. That's the wildest one.
Right, but it's not that wild if you look at the moon.
Right.
The moon shows you the evidence that that's a thing. Right,
if we could just look at it, it's just filled with holes.
Right.
Big fucking craters all over that you can see with the naked eye.
Well, I'm saying most of the people that are in America and drive in urban settings know what potholes are, and so it's the same thing.
Yeah. This is a weird time where people are just starting to pay attention to so many of these subjects. And so many of these things, like, are we alone? Have there been advanced civilizations before? How did we become us?
It's been a conversation at all points in time.
But more people are having it now without fear of being labeled an idiot.
Well, it's because information is now a free commodity, whereas in different points in history, it wasn't like that.
Right. It was protected.
You didn't make enough money to get access to this information. And no matter where you're looking, information is the driving force of almost every war and conflict. It was about the place that you conquered. Not only did you conquer them, but you got a chance to know what they knew. And that, you found, was more important than anything else. And that's...
Well, think about the people that lived just before they translated the Bible from Latin. How many people couldn't read it?
Well, that was part of the experience that you were getting from church, was the fact that that it was being read to you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Not what we have currently, where you have the book and they have the book, but this person is literally reciting the word of God to you.
Yeah. And he becomes the holder of all that information and the only one.
All holders of all information are that.
Yep. It's like a human pattern that people follow, even if they just run an internet company, even if they run a social media company, they follow that same pattern.
Well, because everything in the universe, everything on this planet, everything that we could look at in the wildlife or in the plant life, or everything is a formula. Everything is that way.
Yeah.
And that's one of the science and math go together with the occult and alchemy, and all of these things are based on things like even the Smurfs story, right?
The Smurfs are based on something?
Well, religious people say, oh, you can't watch the Smurfs because it's bad because they have witchcraft and stuff in there. But the whole thing is, it's based on this, the homunculus, the idea that you can create a human life form without a mother or a father. So
really? That's what the Smurfs are based on?
What two Smurfs do you think
I
got
don't know much
together
about Smurf
and
lore.
had Smurfette? She was the only female of the Smurfs. So
it's a good question.
Well, it's not a question in the Smurfs. They tell you that Gargamel made Smurfette, but you know, in somebody's history, I don't want to say what race of people or group of people it is, but in somebody's history, you know, there was this homunculus thing,
Like a genetically engineered human?
life form,
Life
yeah.
form,
Mhm.
creature.
Right.
Whoa.
And so, you know, it's spoken of in history very sparingly, but you know, a lot of things in the world are about perception, you know.
Yeah.
So we don't believe that there's clones. We don't believe that because we don't feel like we have the technology. But the truth is, if you go body part to body part, you'll go, what if I lost 2 legs? Well, we give you 2 legs. Well, what about 2 arms? I can give you 2 arms. Okay, well, what about the heart? Yeah, no problem. What about the, like, we're already...
Yeah. All you'd have to do is make a clone brain dead. Figure out how to engineer a brain dead clone that'll grow organs for you. And then they'll make cloning legal. Because then you'll never have to worry. Hey, cat, you need a new heart? Guess what?
This is the same pathway that everybody is on in all of these departments. Like, this is what you, like, people spend their life trying to find the cure for a cancer, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And working as hard as they can every single day, you know what I mean? Unsuccessfully. Those are the type of people that help make the world go round, you know? Yeah, because it's all about information, and we'd be so close most of the time. But that's how you can see when we've had influence from something else.
Well, I think it's very possible that we have. It's just so frustrating when you want to know. You know, it's one of those things where life would change forever if you had undeniable contact with something. It would just change forever. Your perception of life, you just drive through the in-and-out drive-through would be different. Everything would be different.
Right, but you
Taking
can-
a shit would be different. There's aliens out there.
You can say that about smelling salts or mushrooms, or you can say that about lots of things.
Yeah, but about that specifically, if we knew that was real, because I think it's probably true, but I still hold open the possibility that it's all bullshit.
Here's the whole thing. No one who has ever seen more space or the universe than you and I has ever seen anything that was bullshit
What do you mean?
in the universe.
But what I mean is like fake UFO footage. There's a lot of fake footage. I would want to see, if you could see something yourself, and I have good friends that have. I have good friends that have had experiences that they say there is no fucking way that is us, that this is something else.
Right, just understand that part of the job in any of these circumstances is to kick up kerfuffle. Like, that's part of it. Like, if you live in Florida, you see how many times things go off into space, and you know that there's a pattern between that and government airplanes. And like, our stories of cooperation have been nothing but cooperative, as they could only be. Like, we don't hold any leverage.
I think some of the shit that we're seeing with our stuff.
Right, I'm saying, but nobody will have a way of, like, as advanced as we are, we still got to let that balloon fly over, right?
Yeah. What the fuck is that? That's the most obvious shit ever. That's your neighbor peeking over the fence.
No, it is not. It is your neighbor's drone.
Yeah, your neighbor's drone.
In your
hovering
yard.
over your house. Yeah.
Right.
Ridiculous.
Right. Filled with a pinata of the next COVID.
Right. I mean, what are they doing? Flying robots.
It's not like that. It's not like that. In the world of flying things, sometimes things go off course. You see what I'm saying?
You think that's all it was?
Especially spy stuff.
Do you think that's all it was? It went off course? That it just magically happened to go near all the military bases?
Don't say magically. Say wind.
The wind got it?
Well, I'm saying.
Bro, they just flew those things over and they hoped that Biden didn't notice. They said they flew over during Trump's administration too, but they didn't tell him because they didn't want him to shoot him down.
Neither of those stories is true. That information was out there.
Like 2 days
right.
ago, right?
Another one, yeah.
They said this was a hobbyist, though, but that's what they said.
So that, yeah, this doesn't count. This doesn't count. And the way that you know immediately is this says over Utah. Like, that would be where.
That's like White Sands, right? No, that's New Mexico, isn't it? There's got to be military base in Utah, though, right?
Well, I'm saying in the
Actually, the image I showed
in the map wise.
the Chinese surveillance balloon.
Oh, that's what this one is? This is the one from February 2023.
Right.
That's the one they shot down. Look at that. So it's just a balloon with solar power and some kind of camera. How weird.
Not weird. Not weird.
Well, not weird if you just think about human patterns. We've got to see what the enemy's up to. Let's fly over, take some pictures, see what the fuck is going on with these people.
I'm saying we can say whatever we want, but we're civilized, and maybe they're not civilized. So if you weren't civilized, then maybe part of your job is airborne weaponry.
Yeah.
So you got to test it out. You got to see what it can do. Yeah, and yeah, they're gonna go off course. Okay.
Well, that's not airborne weaponry, but we have a lot of it.
Information is.
That's true. Information is weaponry.
Information is.
Yeah.
Just knowing what the conversations are over this wide swath of people is worth money. Because at the end of all these information-driven society places is analytics, and that's what this is. Yeah, probably said too much.
No, it's all right. We'll be fine. I just wonder where it's all headed, because it seems like we're building towards an event. I think about it all the time. It seems like it's not.
It's time to get a bunker.
It seems like it might be a good time to get a bunker, or at least a supply of water.
Well, here's the thing. If you follow what becomes accessible, that's how you can generally see where things are going, you know?
Mhm.
And so that's the true magicalness of Elon Musk, you know? Just take that guy out of the story and just tell that story. And
Yeah. Yeah, he's moving us into so many different directions all at the same time. The electric car thing, the internet satellite thing, and now this Neuralink thing. The Neuralink thing is the craziest
because
one.
all of these things are connected in these higher upper echelon conversations. I'm saying you see the same conversation with Tesla or Da Vinci, or like information is what is limited, and whole industries can be built upon your ability to know how certain things are going to hit certain people. And this was before we called things promotion and marketing. You know what I mean? That's Hollywood is not really there to entertain you. Like, that's great that that happens, but propaganda is something that is important to all civilizations.
Well, propaganda in Hollywood movies is built into the ingredients list. It's like, if you want flour, you need wheat. You're going to have to get the wheat. And if you want to be able to make movies about certain subjects, you have to be willing to work with some people. And, you know, it'd be nice if you made it so that this is what we're trying to accomplish, and this is showing the negative side of this other society, and this is and this is our hero. Because our hero is going to go do America's bidding and go over there, and you're like, okay. And those movies are successful, and so they continue this relationship, and you become a bit of a propaganda arm for the government. And in turn, they don't fuck with you.
Right, but that's what makes information so powerful. Is, you know, you don't care how people feel about the ritual. It's about, does following the ritual work?
Yeah.
And so you can fool yourself into thinking there isn't one, but the evidence will be clear. So like when I be like, oh, these guys are wearing dresses. Everybody's like, oh, he keeps talking about people wearing dresses. No, it's
That
not,
is a weird thing.
It's not like that. Look at it from a different way. Look at it. Show me one person that ever wore a dress in Hollywood unsuccessfully. That's how you understand what a ritual is. So 20 years ago, I knew that transgenders was going to be a thing. It wasn't because I was a prophet. It was just I had gotten so much information that I understood that things are secular. So I understood that the earliest I had seen that word transgender was Baphomet, the transgender. And so I knew that in the ritual of Baphomet, the transgender, to show allegiance to him, you had to kiss his ass ring.
Really?
And it said both of those things. So I knew that both of those things will become popular in the future, and that somehow calling people the goat would be normalized over the sheep being always the most popular reference.
God damn, we got some good weed, Cat. Jesus Christ.
This must be the weed,
I'm
though.
trying to figure out how to jump in on that.
All right, let's get these camos. Need 100 kills.
Right. Which is my only goal. Word transgender was Baphomet, the transgender. And so I knew that in the ritual of Baphomet, the transgender, to show allegiance to him, you had to kiss his ass ring.
Really?
And it said both of those things. So I knew that both of those things would become popular in the future, and that somehow calling people the GOAT would be normalized over the sheep being always the most popular reference.
God damn, we got some good weed, Cat. Jesus Christ.
This must be the weed
I'm trying
talk.
to figure out how to jump in on that.
Right. Which is my only goal.
Oh my god.
The sheep being somehow calling people the GOAT would be normalized over the sheep being.
I can't believe this is podcast.
God damn, we got some good weed, Cat. Jesus Christ.
This must be the
I'm
weed talk.
trying to figure out how to jump in on that. I always wonder whether or not all the stories in the Bible, it's just where we are experiencing it. Like the mark of the beast thing that we were talking about earlier. If that is not, I think if you had.
It's too fucking loud, I can already.
Tell a story for so many years.
Yeah.
Before anybody ever even figured out how to write it down. And you're telling a story about a civilization that allowed people to put brain implants in them. Then all of a sudden the brain implants were hijacked by machines and people became just meat zombies controlled by corporations. That would be the mark of the beast. That'd be a demonic thing. If a demon tricked human beings into wearing a hat that turned you into a zombie, that demon would be like a famous character in books and folklore.
Packet
That
burst.
demon exists, and it's just technology. It just shows itself through this desire for the newest, latest innovations that are going to constantly fuel it becoming more and more powerful. Until one day it tricks you into letting it into its head, like a vampire. Like the vampire stories, you had to let them in, remember? That was the thing. They invite them in. And if you invited them in, you're fucked. But if you didn't invite them in, for some reason they weren't allowed to kill you. It's almost like
Here's
this
the thing.
story.
You have to be able to benefit from the zombie. Like, there's no benefit in that taken out of context. Like, if you're making them zombies so that they can mine for you, then there's a story of that over there. Like that's the whole thing. Is when you look at these ancient writings, they're not saying like, yeah, so he was from another world, and we had to bring him our kids, and he would eat them in front of us. Like, they're not telling those stories. They're saying like agriculture and literature and
cosmology.
Right.
Explain the origin of life. Yeah.
Like,
show the double helix DNA.
To a fault.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying anything outside of mathematics around.
Well, the wildest stuff is when you look at some of those old Sumerian tablets and you see how they had the solar system mapped out. It had the sun in the center, looked just like a sun with little marks around it. It had Venus where it should be, Jupiter where it should be, Uranus where it should be. They were all in the right spots. It's crazy. Like
the Ethiopian
6,000
tribe have the same.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
crazy.
Like, no,
Crazy.
it's not. Yeah, but there is no craziness.
All right.
Everything lines up. The same grids.
Look at that. That is just nuts, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the conventional explanation for that is, because that Zecharia Sitchin guy who said all this stuff, he was often criticized. That people said that he took things too far, that his analysis went too far, and he just went into speculation. But god damn, a lot of the stuff he was saying, like you could see the implication in the actual tablets themselves. They show these gigantic beings with these little tiny people like sitting on their laps, and the people have tails. Have you seen those? It looks like genetic engineering.
Maybe it's a tail, maybe it's piping. What?
Right.
What?
Jesus, right, could be piping.
You understand
Right.
what I'm?
Oh yeah.
What I'm saying is nobody's telling these outlandish.
Right. But they're all kind of all saying the same thing. There's some higher power that comes and gives you structure, tells you what to do and how to live. And every society.
Information.
Information.
That's
Yep,
what they
it.
get.
They get information. Yeah.
Every story, every civilization,
Yep.
every time.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. And that's what we're all thirsty for. You know? And what
Well,
people
we're
aren't-
thirsty to monetize.
That's true. But also humans individually are thirsty for information. We always want information. We want gossip, we want news, we want bullshit, we want science. Especially if you have an appetite for, things that make you think. There's so much information that people are just constantly consuming. There's bullshit information, TikTok and nonsense that just passes you by. But there's still...
Yeah, but none of that stuff is nonsense.
Well, it's not all nonsense. What it is
it's just another
something
offshoot.
to get your attention.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is what all of this is about.
Mm-hmm.
From the Roman Colosseums to, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the Roman
King
Colosseums
Arthur's court time,
that's the first viral videos, right?
Right.
Like, they would tell viral stories.
Yeah, this is all about this experience of being a human being in this amount of time.
Yeah.
And the interaction between other people who have done this thing you're doing.
Yeah, and in the middle of you doing it, you realize you only have a certain amount of time. And you're like, God damn it, I'm just starting to figure this game out.
Right, so understand I was probably like 5 years old when I had that moment. So I lucked out because it happened to me so early. But it wasn't about I got that part. So I thought at like that age, I was thinking, okay, so I don't know how long I'm gonna live because I'm kind of conflicted about how long people live. 100's a good number, but there's been people at 600, it seems. So I don't know, like, but I'm just gonna space it out 7 years at a time. So every 7 years, that's gonna be a life, so I don't waste anything. So I couldn't wait till I got 7 because that was gonna be the start of my first life.
Why'd you break it into 7s? Just randomly?
I don't know what randomly is. It's a seldom seen thing in the universe. Random.
So just 7 seemed like a good number? Was it instinctual or was it...
To people around the globe.
7. Yeah.
That's a great
It's a lucky number. That's why I asked.
Yeah, well, I'm saying not for no reason. I'm saying if you like math, I'm saying it's a great number. That's how you know that the pyramids are about something because of what they represent mathematically. Mm-hmm. That level of mathematical information is another step in civilization.
Yeah, the idea that was just by accident. Like when they
trigonometry is not.
Yeah. That's also that they figure out. There's some measurements. I don't want to bore anybody with the details because I'll butcher it too. But it's the measurements of the height and width and the mass of the pyramid in comparison to the circumference of the Earth. It's like they knew so much about like where constellations would be at certain times of the year, like in the summer solstice. It's just wild shit, man. That they did that all in stone.
But not that wild though, because we know that if you were traveling, that buoys are out there and they're out there for certain reasons. And we understand satellite positioning. And no, it makes perfect sense.
Imagine that's the pyramids were. The ultimate buoy. That was home base.
Well, I'm saying it's not different than how we would treat a planet that we had not been to before.
No, not at all. Not different at all. I mean,
we would locate where's the best place to land, where is the most hospitable of this place, and we would put something there.
And let's imagine that we landed somewhere and we found this lush, green, vibrant planet, and we found those Hobbit people, and those are the most advanced people. Those Homo floresiensis, is that what it is? Floresiensis. So this creature, this 3-foot tall human. Imagine if we found them. I guarantee you someone would want to introduce them to tools, introduce them to how to make fire, introduce them to figure out language, try to transfer their language to our language, try to teach them our stuff, try to genetically engineer them and turn them into something different. If we have the tools that we have now, like CRISPR, and we found some primitive apes, and there was like a massive population of Australopithecus on the planet, we said, look, they're on the way.
Right.
Let's just give them a little boost. Just give them a little boost. Right. And that's what the
but
people
not
think.
too much.
Not too much.
And that's what you see with all of the UFO stories is they keep popping up in these times when we as a civilization are getting ready to F it up in real time.
In real time, yeah. That's like my comedy club. That's why I named the
mothership.
rooms. I named the rooms Fat Man and Little Boy.
Oh.
Because the UFOs started coming after the big bombs. That's when they really started like ramping up their presence. Like, if you look at all the reports, the flying saucer reports, they're all like 1947, 1950, 1952.
If you cross-engineer our shit, it's going to show up on our radar. This information is...
Especially when we're using that information very recklessly. Wild.
Even in the Bible story, the Tower of... Right. Yeah. This story is that, with everybody speaking the same language, it intensified shit getting done.
Yeah.
And they could do stuff that was hazardous.
I think they're very close to being able to translate language instantaneously in real time. Because they can do it right now with Samsung phones. They have the new Galaxy S24.
Animals are doing it worldwide.
Oh, for sure. They have some sort of a language. They have some sort of a communication. There's something going on with animals that's nonverbal.
And with all of and with all of us.
You know Tom Green? You know Tom Green, right?
Yeah.
Tom Green was here, and he has a mule. And he said that you have like a connection with that animal where you want to go left, and you start like looking left, and that thing starts going left. He goes, it's really crazy. It's spooky. He goes, you develop it. It takes time. They have to earn your respect. But once you develop this like loving relationship with this animal, you're tuned into it like an avatar creature. It's like when they would lock onto their dragons. He's like, dude, it's like that.
I have that with women, and with ducks and geese and Canadian geese and goats. Like I have. No, but understand again. That's part of some religion's story. Is that one of the gifts was the relationship between humans and the animal world, and it's something that all civilizations have been able to use, and it's stayed true. You know.
Yeah. It's amazing the relationship humans have with animals.
Yeah, whether it's a
Especially
horse.
dogs.
No, there's no especially. Like
Well,
all
of them
we
have their own
abuse
beautiful
some of
thing.
them, and it.
Well, just horses don't interact with people the same way a dog does. That's all. It's like the interaction you have with dogs is almost like psychic. Like dogs are like your little friends. You know, they know when you're in a bad mood. They know when you hurt your foot. You know, when they're happy to see you every fucking time, bar none.
I have that relationship with everybody. That's all animals and like special needs. It's the innocence and the purity that you get. It's not always good. But it's so.
We can learn.
No, we have learned.
Yeah, we should know it, but we're scared. People are scared of other people being shitty, and we put up shields, and we worry about.
Well, it's been proven historically that
Yeah, it has.
Cain and Abel is a real story. That like you know what I mean. Like people are so violent these days, and that's true. But people have been violent. Like there was this point where humankind learned that they could take a life, and it changed things. You know.
Well, especially take a life with like when they figured out swords and bows and arrows and shit. What do you think the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is about? Because I was just reading that last night. Cleanliness? Yeah. They actually took them out. That like plague.
Okay.
Because
this is 69 times I've gotten canceled in this one conversation.
The stories of Sodom and Gomorrah, there's two
Yeah.
speculations.
Right.
One of them was that God decided that they weren't hospitable enough. And the other one was God had decided that there was too much sin.
Wait a minute, that's not speculation. That's in the book.
Right.
That first one.
Right, but the
second one?
respectability part, that they were not hospitable enough.
Yeah, that was a part of it.
That's part of it too. So God just decided this. I'm gonna fuck up this whole city.
No.
Right. What's the real story though?
Okay, so
Turned it into pillars of salt. 2 cities, right? And he said, "Find me 50 good men, and I won't do this." And then I think he said, "Find me 10 good men."
Okay, so this story is generally used to say that God doesn't like homosexuals. This is the story that highlights that.
Okay, so it's not just sin. It's not just because sodomy is even technically like oral sex.
The meaning of that word comes from
Sodom and Gomorrah. Right.
So
That's why I said technically it includes a lot of things people think is deviant sex. Yo, I gotta piss so bad. Can we come back to this? Sodom and Gomorrah. Come back to this.
I would
gotta
love
take a
that.
look. Okay, take Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, so it tells several stories, but there had to be an explanation for what the story said happened to 2 cities of people, right?
Right. There had to be a reason to tell that story. Most likely.
To tell this story, it requires all of those people to really have been killed during those circumstances. And the historical evidence shows us that something like that happened. Like, those 2 cities really did exist.
Do we know where Sodom and Gomorrah was?
Are you kidding? I know a guy who will pull that information up so fast and put it on the screen.
Young Jamie? Like, is there speculation
His
as to what
sidekick is awake now. You can see the
Carl.
best part of him when Carl wakes up.
Carl's awake now. 3:30 waker.
Right. As we all would be if we were in charge of our schedule.
Yeah, probably. What do they think that is there real speculation as to where it was? Where do they think
It's not speculation. A lot of these places just changed names. Like, they used to be called this, and then they later were called something else.
Like, Iraq used to be Sumer.
Right, like these are literal places that you can find on the real map. That was a part of that biblical rabbit hole I was telling you about. It's just seeing the film. My only concern is, how do these ancient Islamic, Judea, how do you say that, those 3 that exist? That all religion is built on, Judeo-Christian, that whole belief system of how that operates, right? So you see they have question marks here, right? Only because they know that there were cities there.
So they have wreckage there?
Like, for example, if everybody in Gaza talks about going there, it exists. If everybody in Hebron has family members that live there, it exists. If everybody, we know that.
So they think that was right near the Dead Sea. Wow.
Well, they didn't think it any differently than they thought. Hamam, if I'm pronouncing that correct. Like, these were places, like, people throughout history, if you show any body of water, those are always hot spots. Water is its own commodity and currency at all points, and that was the Dead Sea. But that's everywhere.
Was the Dead Sea always the Dead Sea? Because, goddamn, there's so much interesting stuff that came from that part of the world. That's where they found the Dead Sea.
But a lot of the stuff that was supposed to be unbelievable was all based on something real. Like, right, how long was it the Dead Sea? Long before they knew what high salt content was.
Right.
Or they might have called it high salt content sea. But what they were trying to say is stuff's not growing here. Okay? Don't come here as a fishing spot. Right?
But it's a good spot to gather salt, which at that point is as valuable as anything on Earth. Salt, they'd go to war for salt. Salt allowed people to preserve their food. Salt was insanely valuable.
Understand the whole portions, because at the end of the day, for all people, it comes down to quality of life. So the jump that was made between people eating food that you had to kill yourself catching just so that you could put it over something hot so that you could get it where you could eat it and eating it like you, that experience to seasoning your food and, you know, having it order from the best place because they
eating too much
right,
spaghetti so you get fat.
Right. That's part of the greatness of human experience and has been. That the part of being a king or being royalty through all civilizations was being able to experience the best culinary things, because if you believe in God, that's one of the attributes that makes you believe in him, because every vegetable, let's say, that you would have, when it gets to the point where it was spoiled and you have to throw it away, it becomes worth more money.
Because it's compost.
No. So,
what do you mean?
Like, if you have potatoes, right? And so you have potatoes, but now you got too many potatoes. You could get vodka from that. And if you have too much rice, you could get sake from that. And if you got too much wheat and barley, you can get. And if you everything that you could have too much of, we got too many grapes, you could get wine with that. That's why alcohol is called spirits, because it's literally a gift from God. Milk, once it's going bad, that's where cheese comes in. Like, whatever it is, you would be having as a commodity. Grapes and raisins, wherever. This is why I believe mathematics. Because of certain things.
So you think there's a reason why all these things exist, why like rotting fruit can become alcohol, alcohol can put you in a different state of mind. All of it is connected together so that you discover it and figure it out.
Unless you can figure out the benefit that a mushroom gets for being
How to feel?
Or the frog, that's the special ones. What the special benefit did that frog get from that?
Right. Why is a frog?
Is he living a better life as a frog? Does he live under the effects residually of
constantly carrying around DMT?
Right.
Well, they secrete it when they're scared, right? Isn't that how they do it?
It's weaponized from the beginning.
Yeah. Right. They're scared because they think they're gonna die, so their body's producing it.
Well,
just like ours.
The inventor of perfumes and colognes was whoever saw a skunk in action first, because that's when someone was able to see how powerful smell is, even from a distance, and that the aerosol, like, you know what I mean? Like, we've learned so much from that world. That's how we know. Like, we were able to look at animals and insects and understand that we would be able to. Vehicle Orville and Wilbur in Dayton, Ohio. You know what I mean? Like, we had seen the hummingbird. You know what I mean? Like, we had seen how things work.
Have you ever seen those Egyptian gliders? They found these gliders, these wooden things that they carved that look like fucking planes, and they were in some of the tombs they found. Thousands of years old. Looks like a fucking airplane. I mean, straight up looks
Da
exactly
Vinci
like an
is
airplane.
saying that these are things talked about there. Like, even if you're just following Jesus, right? Okay, so you believe that he was perfect and that this was how he grew up and got it. When it comes to him going to get information, he went to this specific place that we're talking about today. That's not it. I'm reloading! You can't be reading all of these.
Oh God, get away from me.
It does kind of line up in a strange way. You try to decipher it from all the different cultures. They all had different versions of it. But at the end of it, there's a lot of similarities. Like what are they saying? All of some sort of creation.
Well,
But isn't that odd though that a creature, if you think of human beings, that a human being that's never created a being,
Why is this guy spamming me?
has this idea that a magical force that is all knowing, all loving, created. Not they evolved, not they came from this and they learned, they got better, but that they were created. That seems like a universal story, the created story.
that's only because the duck that's outside of my house right now believes that. So
What?
so the duck is sitting on 6 eggs on a nest right by the house, right by a 250-pound dog, alibi, and believes that it has life that is sitting on. That there's somebody there. In the Bible story, it says the sparrows said, like Jesus said, who feeds the sparrows? Like worldwide, there's how many birds? Like billions and billions and billions of birds. Like who's feeding them every day? Like, right. Yeah, because what you're looking for is you need to find a mistake. That's how we would know maybe there's one. But we don't go through our regular life seeing things and thinking nobody created it. Like that would be as weird as us being in this room going, nobody made those curtains, cameras,
Right.
nobody made, like what? We never have evidence of that.
What do you think? Why do you think people have a reluctance to take in the idea? What do you think about it? There's some people that fancy themselves as intellectuals and they refuse to take in a concept for which there's no proof. And that's what they'll say. They use this very reductionist view of what God is. And they'll say there's no proof. And that, they're staunch atheists. And a lot of them even talk like religious people. Almost their atheism becomes a religion. Instead of being really open-minded to the possibility, you have zero idea what happens when you die.
A lot of people.
Zombies is trash. I'm just doing it for camos.
God wanted to exist for them to not like. So.
I'm also not ready to pay attention to this right now. Oh, hopefully, dude, we get the camo, please. 100 kills with this gun. Just give me the camo. 206. Surely we fucking got it. Goodness, man. Surely we got this camo. Get me the fuck out of here. Please. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, sir. God, all of that. I guess that didn't take that long. I like this camo a lot, actually. How's it look on the sniper is the question. Yeah, I'd say, what was that, like 10 minutes of doing nothing? I'll say that's worth. Yeah, I like this. I'm trying to find like my camo, Like if I want to be known by a camo, what camo do I want it to be? I don't know if I want it to be this one, but this one definitely looks cool. Definitely looks cool. It honestly wasn't that bad, but some of them are even worse. Like I only needed to get 100 kills right there. Your camos was the ghost camo on Black Ops 2, the ghost camo. Like the one you got for pre-ordering the game? For pre-ordering Ghost, is that the one you're talking about? If you are, I know exactly which one you're talking about. Order. Yep, I know exactly which one you're talking about. The Black Ops 2 camos were sick, man. I didn't know you played that game. Wait, so how did you get it? Confused. There's a loophole and you got it. Pete with the loopholes makes sense. Makes so much sense. Well, how did you get it? What was the sauce? Surely you can reveal it now. Alright. I gotta use that that tool you're using for clips because it gives you some pretty good info. Like it gives you info you can't get otherwise. Yeah, that was over 10 years ago at this point. I don't know how I like this though. I mean, I'm gonna use it, but I wish I could just had platinum. Platinum looks good, but it's just so like I don't even feel like doing all these fucking challenges and shit, man. Oh, that's interesting. Sick, you figured that out. You did all that. The fucking coders at the time need to get fired. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna look at the clip and stuff. I'll be right back though. God, I miss this gun, man. This gun was so good. Did it one shot? I think this gun did one shot. God, I miss this gold. That's a cool camo. Don't like that one.
Hardcore, hard point. Secure the target area. Target area
I got that second kill if I wasn't trolling. 12-tip crate servers, gotta love them. Probably see my laser. Gotta get 15 of these bad boys. Got team killed. Nice.
Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area. Friendly UAV online.
That kills 8. Oh, dude.
Friendly UAV on station. Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by. Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint.
Oh, this is the best spot.
Hostile counter UAV overhead. Enemy UAV active.
I couldn't aim right there, bro.
Hardpoint relocated. Stand by.
I hit him. Kill me with a shotgun.
Inside the perimeter. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area.
This map sucks for this.
Mission time is half over. Maintain the lead.
Come on.
Stand by.
You get hit markers on someone on hard point. Kinda crazy.
Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint. Hostile UAV in the area. Friendly UAV online. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
Probably need like 2 more. This map is trash for mentals. I don't want to camp. I'm sure this guy can even see me. Nah, I'm not playing this map. Fuck that.
Defend our objective, soldier.
This is fucking search and destroy. Oh my god, of course, bro. Just put me in hardcore domination, please. I guess it's kind of my fault. It's going so good. Feels weird now.
This experience of being a human being in this amount of time
Yeah.
and interaction between other people who have done this thing you're doing.
Yeah. And in the middle of you doing it, you realize you only have a certain amount of time. And you're like, God damn it, I'm just starting to figure this game out.
Right. So understand I was probably like 5 years old when I had that moment. So I lucked out because it happened to me so early. But it wasn't about I got that part. So I thought at like that age, I was thinking, okay, so I don't know how long I'm going to live because I'm kind of conflicted about how long people live. 100's a good number, but there's been people that 600, it seems. So I don't know, seems like this. But I'm just going to space it out 7 years at a time. So every 7 years, that's going to be a life, so I don't waste anything. So I couldn't wait till I got 7 because that was going to be the start of my first life.
Why'd you break it into 7s? Just randomly?
I don't know what randomly means. It's a seldom seen thing in the universe. Randomly.
So just 7 seemed like a good number? Was it instinctual or was it
to people around the globe?
7. Yeah.
It's a great
It's a lucky number. That's why I asked.
Yeah, well, I'm saying not for no reason. I'm saying if you like math, I'm saying it's a great number. That's how you know that the pyramids are about something because of what they represent mathematically. That level of mathematical information is another step in civilization.
Yeah, the idea that was just by accident, like when they
trigonometry is not by accident.
Also, that they figured out like there's some measurement. I don't want to bore anybody with the details because I'll butcher it too. But it's the measurements of the height and width and the mass of the pyramid in comparison.
There we go.
The circumference of Earth. It's like they knew so much about like where constellations would be at certain times of the year, like in the summer solstice. It's just wild shit, man. That they did that all in stone.
But not that wild though, because we know that if you were traveling, that buoys are out there and they're out there for certain reasons, and we understand satellite positioning. And no, it makes perfect sense.
Imagine that's what the pyramids were. That was their ultimate buoy. That was home base.
Well, I'm saying it's not different than how we would treat a planet that we had not been to before.
No, not at all. Not different at all. I mean,
we would locate where's the best place to land, where is the most hospitable of this place, and we would put something there.
And let's imagine that we landed somewhere and we found this lush, green, vibrant planet, and we found those Hobbit people, and those are the most advanced people. Those Homo floresiensis, is that what it is?
Of course, she's in prone.
So this creature,
the flamethrower.
Imagine if we found them. I guarantee you, someone would want to introduce them to tools, introduce them to how to make fire, introduce them to figure out language. Try to transfer their language to our language, try to teach them our stuff, try to genetically engineer them and turn them into something different. If we have the tools that we have now, like CRISPR, and we found some primitive apes, and there was like a massive population of Australopithecus on a planet, and we said, look, they're on the way. Let's just give them a little boost. Just give them a little boost. And that's what.
But not too much.
Not too much.
And that's what you see with all of the UFO stories is they keep popping up in these times when we as a civilization are getting ready to F it up in real time.
In real time. Yeah, that's like my comedy club. That's why I named the
mothership.
rooms. I named the rooms Fat Man and Little Boy.
Oh,
because the UFO started coming after the big bombs. That's when they really started like ramping up their presence. Like if you look at all the reports, the flying saucer reports, they're all like 1947. 1950, 1952.
If you cross-engineer our shit, it's gonna show up on our radar at some point. Like
Yeah.
this information is.
Especially when we're using that information very recklessly. Wild. Just
Even in the
eliminating
Bible story,
cities.
the Tower of
Babel.
right.
Yeah.
This story is that with everybody speaking the same language, it intensified shit getting done,
Yeah.
and they could do
And-
stuff that
yeah.
was hazardous.
I think they're very close to being able to translate language instantaneously in real time. Because they can do it right now with Samsung phones. They have the new Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Animals are doing it worldwide.
Oh, for sure. They have some sort of a language. They have some sort of a communication. There's something going on with animals that's nonverbal.
And with all of and with all of us.
You know Tom Green? You know Tom Green, right?
Yes.
Tom Green was here, and he has a mule, and he said that you have like a connection with that animal where you want to go left, and you start like looking left, and that thing starts going left. He goes, it's really crazy. It's spooky. He goes, you develop it. It takes time. They have to earn your respect. But once you develop this like loving relationship with this animal, you're tuned into it like an avatar creature. Just like when they would lock on to their dragons. He's like, dude, it's like that.
I have that with women, and with ducks and geese and Canadian geese and goats. Like I have. No, but understand again. That's part of some religion's story. Is that one of the gifts was the relationship between humans and the animal world, and it's something that all civilizations have been able to use, and it's stayed true.
Yeah. It's amazing the relationship humans have with animals.
Yeah, whether
Especially
it's a
dogs.
horse. No, there's no especially. Like
Well,
all
of them.
we
have their own
abuse
beautiful
some of
thing.
them, and it.
Well, just horses don't interact with people the same way a dog does. That's all I'm saying. It's like the interaction you have with dogs is almost like psychic. Like dogs are like your little friends. They know when you're in a bad mood. They know when you hurt your foot. When they're happy to see you every fucking time, bar none.
I have that relationship with everybody. That's all animals and like special needs people. It's the innocence and the purity that you get. It's not always good. But it's so.
We can learn from them.
No, we have learned.
Yeah, we should know it, but we're scared. People are scared of other people being shitty, and we put up like shields, and we worry about.
Well,
running
it's
into
been
bad
proven
people. That's real.
historically that.
Yeah, it has.
Cain and Abel is a real story. That
Yeah.
like you know what I mean. Like people are so violent these days, and that's true. But people have been violent.
Yeah.
Like there was this point where humankind learned that they could take a life, and it changed things.
Well, especially take a life quickly with like when they figured out swords and bows and arrows and shit. What do you think the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is about? Because I was just reading that last night.
Cleanliness.
Cleanliness? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what took them out? That like plague?
Okay.
Because
this is
the thing
69 times I've gotten canceled in this one conversation.
The stories of Sodom and Gomorrah, there's two speculations.
Right.
One of them was that God decided that they weren't hospitable enough. And the other one was God had decided that there was too much sin.
Wait a minute, that's not speculation. That's in the book.
Right.
That first one.
Right, but the
What's the second one?
respectability part, that they were not hospitable enough.
Yeah, that was a part of it.
That's part of it too. So God just decided this, I'm gonna fuck up this whole city.
No.
Right. What's the real story though?
Okay, so
Turned it into pillars of salt. 2 cities, right? And he said, "Find me 50 good men, and I won't do this." And then I think he said, "Find me 10 good men."
Okay, so this story is generally used to say that God doesn't like homosexuals. This is the story that highlights that.
Okay, so it's not just sin. It's not just because sodomy is even technically like oral sex.
The meaning of that word comes from
Sodom and Gomorrah. Right.
Right.
So that's why I said it's technically it includes a lot of things people think is deviant sex. Yo, I gotta piss so bad. Can we come back to this? Sodom and Gomorrah. Come back to this.
I
gotta
would
take
love
a look.
that.
Okay, let's take a look. Take Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah. So it tells several stories, but there had to be an explanation for what the story said happened to 2 cities of people, right?
Right. There had to be a reason to tell that story. Most likely.
To tell this story, it requires all of those people to really have been killed in those circumstances. And the historical evidence shows us that something like that happened. Like, those 2 cities really did exist.
Do we know where Sodom and Gomorrah was?
Are you
Like,
kidding? I know a guy who will pull that information up so fast
Really?
and put it on the screen.
Young Jamie? Like, is there
His
speculation as to what part?
sidekick is awake now. You can see
Oh,
the
Carl.
best part of him when Carl wakes up.
Carl's awake now. He's a
Yeah.
3:30 waker.
Right.
Um,
As we all would be if we were in charge of our schedules.
Yeah, probably. What do they think that it? Like, is there real speculation as to where it was?
Mm-hmm.
Where do they think it
It's
was?
not speculation. A lot of these places just changed names. Like they used to be called this, and
Right.
then they later were called something
Sure.
else. But
Like Iraq used to be Sumer.
right,
Yeah.
like these are literal places
Yeah.
that you can find on the real map. That was a part of that biblical rabbit hole I was telling you about. Is just seeing my only concern is, how do these ancient Islamic, Judea, how do you say that, those three that exist, that all religion is built on, Judeo-Christian, Islamic, that whole belief system of how that operates, right? So you see they have question marks here, right? Only because they know that there were cities there.
So they have wreckage there?
Like, for example, if everybody in Gaza talks about going there, it exists. If everybody in Hebron has family members that live there, it exists. If everybody, we know that.
So they think that was right near the Dead Sea. Wow.
Well, they didn't think it any differently than they thought Tal al-Hammam, if I'm pronouncing that correct. Like, these were places, like, people throughout history, if you show any body of water, those are always hot spots. Water is its own commodity and currency at all points, and that was the Dead Sea. But that's everywhere.
Was the Dead Sea always the Dead Sea? Because, goddamn, there's so much interesting stuff that came from that part of the world. That's where they found the Dead Sea.
But a lot of the stuff that was supposed to be unbelievable was all based on something real. Like, right, how long was it the Dead Sea? Long before they knew what high salt content was.
Right.
Or they might have called it high salt content sea. But what they were trying to say is, stuff's not growing here. Okay, don't come here as a fishing spot. Right.
But it's a good spot to gather salt, which at that point in time was as valuable as anything on earth. Salt, they'd go to war for salt. Salt allowed people to preserve their food. Salt was insanely valuable.
Understand the whole portions, because at the end of the day, for all people, it comes down to quality of life. So the jump that was made between people eating food that you had to kill yourself catching just so that you could put it over something hot so that you could get it where you could eat it, and eating it like that experience to seasoning your food and, having it ordered from the best place because they
eating too much spaghetti so you get fat.
Right. That's part of the greatness of human experience and has been. That the part of being a king or being royalty through all civilizations was being able to experience the best culinary things, because if you believe in God, that's one of the attributes that makes you believe in him, because every vegetable, let's say, that you would have, when it gets to the point where it would spoil and it would be useless and you'd have to throw it away, it becomes worth more money.
Because it's compost.
No. So,
what do you mean?
Like, if you have potatoes, right, and so you have potatoes, but now you got too many potatoes, you could get vodka from that. And if you have too much rice, you could get sake from that. And if you got too much wheat and barley, you can get. And if everything that you could have too much of, we got too many grapes, you could get wine with that. That's why alcohol is called spirits, because it's literally a gift from God. Just something that's just for your milk. Once it's going bad, that's where cheese comes in. Like, whatever it is you would be having as a commodity, grapes to raisins, wherever, like, this is why we believe mathematically. Because of the certain things that are just done for the enjoyment of,
So you think there's a reason why all these things exist, why, like, rotting fruit can become alcohol, alcohol can put you in a different state of mind. All of it is connected together so that you discover it and figure it out.
Unless you can figure out the benefit that a mushroom gets for being hallucinogenic. Or the frog, that's the special ones, what the special benefit did that frog get from that?
Right. Why is a frog making DMT?
Is he living a better life as a frog? Does he live under the effects residually of...
Constantly carrying around DMT.
Right.
Well, they secrete it when they're scared, right? Isn't that the whole idea? That you take them and you rub them on a windshield?
It's weaponized from the beginning.
Yeah. Right. They're scared because they think they're going to die, so their body's producing it.
Well,
just like ours.
The inventor of perfumes and colognes was whoever saw a skunk in action first. Because, that's when someone was able to see how powerful smell is, even from a distance, and that the aerosol, like, you know what I mean? Like, we've learned so much from that world. That's how we know. Like, we were able to look at animals and insects and understand that we would be able to do the helicopter after we got past Orville and Wilbur in Dayton, Ohio. You know what I mean? Like, we understood because we had seen the hummingbird. You know what I mean? Like, we had seen how things work.
Have you ever seen those Egyptian gliders? they found these gliders, these wooden things that they carved that look like fucking planes, and they were in some of the tombs that they had found. Thousands of years old. Looks like a fucking airplane. I mean, straight up looks
Da
exactly
Vinci
like an airplane.
is saying that these are things talked about there. Like
Forever.
even if you're just following Jesus, right? Okay, so you believe that he was perfect and that this was how he grew up and got it. When it comes to him going to get information, he went to this specific place that we're talking about to get information and to get taught. And that's not a hidden fact. Like, it's been that way. So,
Oh, I got it. Get me out of here.
reading all of these stories and not see how everything lines up.
It does kind of line up in a strange way. You try to decipher it from all the different cultures. They all have their different versions of it. But at the end of it, there's a lot of similarities if you follow the stories and like what are they saying? And
Right.
all of them have some sort of creation myth.
Well, I'm,
Well, isn't that odd though that a creature, if you think of human beings as a creature, that a human being that's never created a being itself has this idea that a magical force that is all knowing and all loving created, not they evolved, not they came from this and they learned, they got better, but that they were created. And that seems like a universal story, the created story.
That's only because the duck that's outside of my house right now believes that. So
What?
The duck is sitting on 6 eggs on a nest right by the house,
Uh-huh.
right by a 250-pound dog, Alibi, and believes that it has life that it's sitting on,
Mhm.
and it's gonna come from that, and that there's somebody there that looks out for them and makes sure they're fed. And in the Bible story, it says the sparrows said, like Jesus said, who feeds the sparrows? Like worldwide, there's how many birds? Like billions and billions and billions of birds. Like, who's feeding them every day? Like, real talk. Right. Yeah, because what you're looking for is you need to find a mistake. That's how we would know maybe there's no creator. But we don't go through our regular life seeing things and thinking nobody created it. Like, that would be as weird as us being in this room going, nobody made those curtains, nobody made these cameras,
Right.
nobody made, like, what? We never have evidence of that.
What do you think? Why do you think people have a reluctance to take in the idea of a creator? What do you think about it to them? Is there's some people that fancy themselves as intellectuals and they refuse to take in a concept for which there's no proof, and that's what they'll say. They use this very reductionist view of what God is, and they'll say there's no proof, and that they're a staunch atheist. And a lot of them they even talk like religious people. They almost their atheism becomes a religion instead
Well-
of being completely open-minded to the possibility. You have zero idea what happens when you die.
A lot of people that are atheists don't like God, and God would have to exist for them to not like it. So the whole thing is, if you were to believe in the Big Bang, you would have to believe that had happened several times throughout history, just because that's what we've seen from everything that's been created.
We don't see one individual unique thing that exists and is responsible for all things, except the Big Bang. That was what Terrence McKenna always said.
There's too much thought that went into certain things, like the fact that you can study all the butterflies and not one of them has a sense of humor. You know what I mean? But me and you do. And like, it goes for all humans. If universally, if we see somebody trip and fall, we all laugh no matter what our back. Like, there are certain like there's that. I'm trying to think of what the reasons are to not believe, but I can't remember what they are because it doesn't line up with anything. Like and we would have had to have gone in space and there'd be no other planets, just this one.
Just that's it.
For this story to make sense universally. Like, we're at a terrible time in history to say, oh, we don't believe in people from outer space when we can go to outer space. Like, it's almost asinine to try to make both of those make sense. And to think that there's our sun is not the biggest sun, right?
Not even close.
But it's the biggest sun we ever gonna see,
Yeah.
right? So it's the biggest fucking sun, right? But the truth is, no, it's way bigger. Like, right, like that thought went into picking this particular sun for this planet and the moon and the positioning of, much as if you were building a house. Like, you would put particulars in, like Kid Rock, to make sure that throughout the time period of history, you put a stamp and a mark on it.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
That's why if you were extraterrestrial, let's say, and you were going to build one building on this planet, it would be the pyramid.
100%.
Like, most people don't even understand that there was a whole outer covering on that thing and gold cap at
Gold
the top.
cap,
Like,
smooth
it was
limestone.
it was a planetary monument.
Yeah. You might be right. It makes more sense than the idea that these people push those things into place and then got them hundreds of miles out of the mountain with ropes. Shut the fuck up.
Throughout history, we have not done things that did not profit us, and not 150 years from now.
Right.
Now.
Right. Now,
all through,
always.
all through history.
Right.
So to be thinking that this particular civilization, oh, you know what we all care about? When he gonna die. Let's I dedicate my life to when he gonna die. I'm gonna die while
Yeah.
No, history doesn't say that in any way.
It's also the sheer mass. 3,200,000 stones in the Great Pyramid. That is so much mass.
All of the wonders of the world are truly that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of them too, man. The wild shit that they're digging out of Turkey is nuts too. That's the Göbekli Tepe place where they found 12,000-year-old structures back at the time when they thought people were just using sticks and stones and hunter-gatherers.
No, because the whole time they were saying that it was there.
Yep.
But understand, these are the things worthy of a war, just so you know.
Worthy of a war. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? All throughout history.
Mhm.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the only thing a rational person can take from Hitler's story is being able to see what if you had unlimited resource and ability to just follow global rabbit holes. You find out that most stuff that is labeled BS is not BS. BS is very hard to come by.
Well, the Hitler thing is real weird because the Nazis are really into the occult.
At some point in the information process, that was required. So
it was required to be into the occult.
So in like the world of medicine, like certain things, before they had a label of being toxic, you just knew don't touch it. Like, you know what I mean? You didn't know what it was good for. But those occultists were the keepers of things that did work, not things that did not work.
Right.
So, but throughout history, that whole process of thinking, anything that could fall into the alchemy conversation was seen as occult-based. It meant doing something unnatural. So even like the blacksmith was considered a part of that world through most of history.
Really?
Because he had an unnatural relationship with elements. He was able to take this and turn it into things.
Forged steel. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I always wondered, like, the heart of alchemy.
All processes that are discussed at these pyramids and all, because they're all processes.
Yeah. I've always wondered if alchemy is trying to regain lost knowledge. Like if at one point in time they did know how to just make metals. They did know how to create elements. They did know how to change lead into gold or whatever the fuck they wanted to do.
That's what this whole line consisted of.
Yeah.
But it required money and time, and all royalty, all kings, all great leaders of the world, this is what you paid for, was people that could make things happen. So being able to understand the weather and to then be able to manipulate it in any way possible was valuable all through human history, all the way before we get to the seeding of clouds part.
Do you think they had the ability to manipulate weather back then? It'd be wild if they did, if that's what caused the Sahara Desert to emerge, because all that shit used to be lush tropical rainforest. Imagine if that's humans fucking with cloud seeding. They just ruin it.
Well, that wouldn't explain how that has its own environment that's just as valuable. You know what I mean? It goes to further back up what I was telling you about how it seems like somebody put thought into every scenario you might be in. So let's say you lived in one of them deserts and all you had was cactus. Guess what? You could take that cactus and make tequila too.
True.
Like every part of the process, like
people figure something out.
Not people figure something out. Something is there to be figured out.
Right.
Right.
Well, that's what the indigenous people say about ayahuasca.
That's
the plants told them how to make it. The mushrooms told them how to make it.
As a person that loves nature, you know that most of your experience in nature is based upon how other things react. You know what I mean? So you don't know that this is poisonous except for the fact that it doesn't look like anything's eating whatever's on here. And looks like everything is avoiding it. Like, these are real things. And that requires creation as well. The whole consequence thing and the fact that this animal is able to live with this thing that's going to be doing damage to you.
So let me ask you this, because this is the end conclusion of that. If the creation is real, and if God is real, and if God created us,
Wait a minute, hold on. Let's be specific. Creation of what? I just told you about my ducks and her eggs. That creation
Yes.
is real for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm not.
And life is gonna come from
Yeah.
that. Right.
What I mean is that God created everything, and that there really is a reason for all of it. What is the reason for us? Like, if God
Okay.
really did
All right.
make all these things
Right.
synchronize together,
Right.
and put us here,
Right. First of all, I'm grateful, even if you're not.
I'm very grateful.
I'm
very grateful.
What an experience.
Amazing time.
Right. And if you take time and space out of things, right? Like the people that sold me Call of Duty, right? Gave me a great experience that I've been enjoying for years and years and years. And the person that I am on that platform is the person I would like to be all. An experience has been delivered. It would be like saying, what was the thinking on somebody making an amusement park? To amuse people so that they could have a full experience and be able to enjoy it. You know that because things happen, like the humor thing that I was telling you about,
Mhm.
and health, how important good health is over the opposite of that, and how everything works without you needing to micromanage it. Your heart doesn't require you to count its beats, and what's the percentage of brains that are working perfectly versus the ones that are not? Like, all of the processes needed to run you are just too well done to be thrown away, like not important. Because if you learn about it, you'll learn about the whole workings of the universe, and it's like that in too many different places for us to ignore. And the fact that we get a chance to have that experience while at the same time looking at a dog,
Right.
and understanding that our life is 1 billion times greater than Fido's, and we can make sure Fido has a glorious life, and
Yeah.
ours is still so magnificent, that we are in control of certain things, and that we can not get things right and then get it right, and not know things and then know things, and then it's a wonderful experience that was created.
It is a wonderful experience, and we seem to have by far the most unique one on the planet. We seem very different than everything else. Very different than everything else. Even though we're a
Purposely.
part of it, yeah, purposely. That's why I always wonder.
Super efficient.
What are we here for? What is the purpose? Is it just to enjoy and be grateful, which is great? Like, one of the things that terrifies people, it's a very interesting concept that terrifies people. People are terrified of living the same life over and over and over again. If you tell people that the journey of your soul
Yeah.
is that you will live your life over and over again until you get it right, and one day you'll get it right. In one lifetime, you'll achieve enlightenment. But you're going to go through the same lifetime over and over and over again until you get it right. People are terrified of that. But I say,
Right, but that will
why?
require a creator, though.
You sure would. But what I'm saying is, why would you be terrified of that when you're not terrified to exist right now? Why are you terrified of existing right now forever? I don't find that terrifying. If you enjoy now. If you enjoy now, now's great.
Whenever you die is forever. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I know and have known in my life that I'm going to live forever. I know I'll die, but I know I'm going to live forever until then, and then live beyond that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that certainly is a better approach to life in that it gives you comfort. And that's what...
No, that's what history shows us. History has shown us that.
In what way?
That human beings are still here, not because of our wise decision making. Like, nobody's story says that. We've gotten assistance along the way that we needed it, and we have implemented it globally. This is why those one world people exist, because it's a very powerful concept to have, and far too lucrative and beneficial to not be attempted.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to run some global power organization, I would try to co-opt every single leader, try to suck them in, offer support, bring them out to wherever the fuck I have my big-ass meetings, fly everybody in private jets, talk about the climate crisis.
All organizations have to follow the same rules.
Yeah, that's wild.
Recruitment is an important facet of all. Like,
we have to get some young global leaders.
Well, understand, this is the only reason that we can talk about these big Illuminati-like entities at this period of time, is just because of time. Like, they aged out. Like, you can't get in new. So everybody got decrepit over there, and they can't exchange really through this period of history. And so that's how we ended up with the Bob Lazars and everything. Throughout history, you could really, it was much easier to get people to not tell nobody.
Right.
As part of your job. You know what I mean?
Imagine going to a World Economic Forum party. What did those freaks do when all the listening devices have been scanned out of the room? All their phones have been put into bags and locked away in a lead vault? What did those freaks do? Because you know it's not normal shit. You know everybody's buttoned down like that and wants to control the world. There's something involved that's outlandish that they keep a secret. That's always been the case with secret societies. I mean, that's the whole Eyes Wide Shut thing, that there's some freak shit going on behind the scenes to anybody that really wants to control everything. You don't just want to control everything. You want to control everything so you can get away with some freak shit, too.
Right, I'm saying, but these Epstein-like characters have existed throughout history, whether they were kings or what, human beings are human beings universally. So everybody is a supplier. Epstein, Weinstein, like these guys knew what these extremists liked and provided it, and provided the way for you to to have $1 billion and not create a fantasy island type environment has not existed throughout history.
Right.
Right.
And there's always been, those people can only kind of interact with those kind of people. When you reach that certain level of wealth and global success, like you're a Bill Gates type guy, how many guys can Bill Gates hang out with? Bill Gates can't just go bowl and join the bowling team and make friends with other bowlers. It's too weird. He's got to hang out with his kind. And the more you do that, the less you are in touch with what makes sense to say. And that's when you see them saying the most outlandish shit, because they don't recognize how regular people are going to react to what the fuck you're saying. You know what? We're going to own nothing and be happy? What the fuck did you just say? Did you just say I'm going to own nothing and be happy? So, but there's things. So who owns the things? And who enforces who owns the things? And how do you do that? When you take away everybody's weapons, you're the only one that has weapons, and you get to decide who owns the things. And no one owns the things, and everyone's happy. Okay.
Right, but part of what you're trying to do is you're trying to come up with something that allows you to have the power while also profiting simultaneously. Right. So if it's modern religion, let's say. So in the teaching of Jesus' time, right, when they said pay the tithes, right, it was you had your whole farming plot, let's say it was 40 acres, and you had corn planted there, right? You would when it came time to harvest, you would harvest everything except the rows that were on the fence, right? And the rows that were on the fence, that was the 10% of your field that would go to people that didn't have it. So it wasn't just you giving the 10%. It was also the fact that human nature is if you were going to give people some of your crops, you're going to pick out the best crops for you and your family, and then you'll put another pile for the giveaway. You know what I'm saying? And this took care of that, where it was all equal. And the person that didn't have to feel like they was a beggar. They could come and pick and see which corn they liked and get. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's a smart move just for harmony in the community, too. Then people have a vested interest in this farmer being successful with his crop.
Right.
Some of that crop is yours.
But the decision to take it from that to God said, give me 10% in this plate is going to make $1 billion a day for 1 billion people. This is why Tesla has to go. Why? Because not what Tesla is saying about electricity. It's the fact that he's saying this should be free for everybody, everywhere.
Yeah, he wanted to have aerial electricity free for everybody like radio waves.
And the day that you say that,
that's a wrap.
It's cheaper to keep her because we make $200 billion a day, and we all agree universally you should pay for this, and we'll be in charge of selling it to you.
And we'll shut it off if you fuck around.
So for us to say, I think they're going to do that with cars.
Duh.
This is how this goes in these
100%.
processes.
Yeah, that's the conspiracy theorist's biggest fear about electric cars. But it's not just electric cars. We found out it's an OnStar. It's on. I have a Cadillac Escalade. That has an OnStar. So if I'm driving, the government wants to stop me, they can just shut my car off. It's crazy.
And if you were in that business, what would you tell them they need to do in the next 5 years?
Yeah, I mean,
get better at it?
Yeah, get better at that. Control where they go, control the steering wheel, control everything. I want you to auto driving on all cars. Auto driving on all cars with third-party input.
Is this not what we would say to Tesla?
Yeah.
I mean, to Elon, if he said, I want to make cars.
Right.
When we say, okay, well, these are the regulations, and you have to make them like this. And
It'd be nice if you could just control that car. Here, this is how you sell it to people. If someone steals your car, we can get it back. And you go, oh, that's great. Someone steals my car, they can get it back. How are they going to get it back? Well, they control your car.
You can make it cheap enough to not be a difficult sale, though, Joe.
Yeah, make it cheap.
That's what capitalism is about.
Yeah. Well, that's also like when you get free internet or free services through Google, right? It's free. But what you're giving up is your data, which is extremely valuable. So they're giving you something. You can now use Google, but now they have all your data. And they're just a big net that mines data. And because of that, it becomes one of the most powerful entities that's ever existed on Earth. You know, there was a story that
we learned this from fishermen, how a net works and how much it's important to get as much in as you possibly can, and that's where analytics live, and that's where I'm saying this is where the DNA industry is built off of is the fact of the future. Like at that same point that you're saying that we'll have those cars that do that, they'll be able to predict crime and step in before certain things even need to happen.
Or they'll probably instigate you to a certain level of stress that they could indicate that you're about to commit crime, and then they come and get you.
They won't need to. They won't need to be that nefarious, only because some of this stuff we know already. It just requires profiling that we're not comfortable with. Like worldwide, most terrible crimes are committed by. This is 73rd time I'm gonna get cancer. Most crime worldwide is done by men with a micro penis, and
What?
doctors know who they are, and so at some point they would be able to just focus where they need to focus, and they would know certain things, and that's where, this is why AI exists. If you're your personal AI, you store your information, you make moves based on what you've learned. So it's not a difficult process. All through history, they had these oracles and these heads and that gave answers, and this is where that whole occult conversation intersects, is because at the end of the day, information is information, and the universe is built on a yin-yang thing that applies to everybody.
And we're slowly getting connected to that oracle, slowly getting sucked into that black hole to the point where it will be inescapable.
Right.
Yeah. And those old billionaire dudes would love to be in control of all that.
Look, what else are you to do with that type of money, Joseph?
Buy a bigger yacht. Yeah, that's the problem.
Right.
It's like, what's the next game? What's the real game?
As human beings, that's what our expectations are.
Yeah.
Of.
Always.
Yeah. What can you do? And at the end of the day, no matter how much money you amass, it's only about either how you can help others. And if you do that, you're never going to be fulfilled either, because you're never going to help enough people. And that's going to be your whole thing, is not being able to help enough people and just wishing that you could help more.
Right.
Or feeling like everybody is a commodity and that's the way these things work, and find out who I'm going to take advantage of and do so. And that's a major part of a lot of things. Like
another major pattern that human beings fall into time and time again.
Well, the Jewish people are powerful people on this planet, and a lot of that has to do with the process that they have in instilling in their young people a certain amount of information and wherewithal and conversation that does not happen with other cultures, let's say. And that exists only in a few places around the world, but they're always important, especially if you look at things from a non-religious point of view.
Again, it goes back to information.
At all points.
Yeah. I mean, all cultures exchanging information with each other, and the healthiest cultures are the ones that can both give the most freedom and allow people to innovate.
Right, helping ourselves and others.
Yeah.
And the profit and the benefit and the,
Yeah,
that's part of the process, right? But that's no different than what everybody's religious story says. Like,
what do you think ghosts are? You think that's real?
Interestingly, I don't believe in. Okay. You either believe in the natural and the supernatural, or you don't. And there are facets to everything. So if you don't believe in anything supernatural, then I would assume that means you don't believe in God either. It's like I was telling you earlier. I don't know how you could be a Christian and not believe in extraterrestrials. It's in your book. It says there was war in heaven, and God was fighting Satan and threw him down here. This is taking place. So.
Also, when you get to the Old Testament, Ezekiel's story. Ezekiel's story is essentially about a UFO encounter.
I was really frustrated as a black person that we weren't included more in the Bible, right? And so I felt very good when I found that some of the books of the Bible that were banned because they had black guys in them.
Really? What books of the Bible? This is the New Testament? Is this when they were?
You've heard the book.
Constantine?
You've heard about the Book of Enoch.
Yes.
Right. So if you know that book, it says that Noah was an albino.
I always wondered about like Noah's age. They talked about him being hundreds of years old,
and it tells everybody's story.
Yeah. But here's my thought: if human beings become were at one point in time more technologically advanced than we are now, which is possible, we are on the verge of taking human life and expanding it way beyond 100 years. We're like real close to that. The people that are alive today will live to be 150.
I'm not qualified to be having any of this conversation.
I'm barely qualified because I've talked to a lot of qualified people.
Disclaimer, but understand, we know more now. Like we know that the Earth is not spinning now the same way that it once was. We know that.
We get slightly different, measurably different, right?
I'm saying the interesting thing is in all of those stories that we're talking about, it never says that they did anything different that got them to be in that position. It just says that
they were there.
This is at a time when people were dying of some things that today we would call pretty easy.
Yeah.
You know, but it was wiping out whole groups of people. But yeah, it's interesting.
Well, it's fascinating because there's no way to go back there and see what the fuck was going on. So no matter what, you're not yet.
Let's be fair though. They're not telling some wild story. Like if they say that a guy had this guy lived 600 years, they're also telling you about the 346 children that he had and his 1,500 wives.
Right,
Like hold on, these are numbers to back up.
Right. If human beings do live to be 500 years old, that's a real possibility.
That would be the only way that you could show that.
Yeah.
Is by
talking about all the wives and all the children, and if you do take what we know now, in terms of like what they are capable of doing now with human beings and lengthening telomeres, there's a lot of different methodologies that they're using that they believe will extend human life. Use of metformin, NMN, hyperbaric chambers. There's a bunch of different things they're doing. And then there's CRISPR. When they're doing genetic engineering on kids now, in China, they did genetic engineering that would make the children more likely to be brilliant, more likely to be super intelligent.
Sir, why are you acting surprised by key components of the breeding process?
Right. True. Right.
If we're talking about Frisians or if we're talking about German Shepherds or Doberman Pinschers, this is perfectly fine, right? For me to say that thanks to these reasons, this dog is the sheer example of the confirmation of the breed, and that his attributes are his intelligence and his loyalty and his.
Right.
This is all part.
You could do that shit in a test tube for your kid. Why wouldn't you do it? That's what I think they're going to start off with normal stuff.
It all starts off as normal stuff because it's abnormal. So the first thing you're doing is, okay, so we're in charge of, like, how could you not?
How could you not?
Is more the question to be had, and that's why in that profession they're allowed to do certain things and then tell you they're not going to do it no more.
Yes,
that's a key component to it.
We're not going to do that anymore, Kat. We changed our mind. Yeah, if they're telling you that there's no clones, the guy telling you is probably a fucking clone. At this point, I have no doubt that they've made human clones. They made dog clones. You can get your dog cloned. If your dog's gonna die, you can get the DNA from your dog, get a fucking puppy, and it'll be eerily similar to your dog. They think including some personality traits. Which is very bizarre, very Pet Cemetery.
Right. Yeah, that's weird.
Why can't they do that to people? They can.
Well, here's the thing. Before this goes off the rails,
it's too late.
Because there is a God, the bar has been set so insanely high for your clone that you can't really get much usage out of it. So,
well, if there's a God and you have a clone, the clone doesn't have a soul because you don't have a soul to give that clone.
Or a personality, or certain things like a subconscious. Like that's not available on the market. Lungs are, heart is, arms are. But subconscious, we still don't have the understanding of that, or how we're able to be as brilliant as we are in this world while only using a portion of the. Though there are those of us that know with the pineal gland what medicine says it's for, and what that would mean. And so those people's job is to make sure that there's fluoride in the water. So your pineal gland will shrivel.
Get calcified, whatever happens to it.
That's all.
The fluoride thing is wild. The fact that people are up in arms about them putting fluoride in your fucking drinking water is so crazy. It's so unnecessary.
It's brilliant on the other end, though.
Oh, yeah.
So what happened is the reason people have that relationship is they cleaned up the water the same time that they did that. You see what I'm saying? So people at that time just remember the water not being that great, and then all of a sudden the water is really great, and it's got fluoride, and it's good for your teeth.
Right. Despite the fact that there's direct correlations between high levels of fluoride in drinking water and low IQs. They think it lowers people's IQs. They think it's terrible for you. Fluoride's dangerous. You're not supposed to swallow toothpaste.
Look, whatever you're saying, people won't find out about that for 100 years, and I'm not even going to be 100. And most of these decisions are made.
Well, most people are terribly unaware of the fluoride thing. When you bring it up, they always say 2, 3 teeth. Like, isn't don't you brush your fucking teeth? Why do you need fluoride? Why do you need fluoride in your water? Are you sure that's why your teeth aren't falling out?
It's the fact that people don't understand that it's a toxic thing that
Yeah.
you can't buy or purchase or handle.
It's in your drinking water.
Like,
And it's not doing you any good other than supposedly it's good for your teeth.
well, even if it was,
Yeah, even if it was,
if,
at what
if-
cost?
even if it was great for your teeth and your bones, you drinking it wouldn't be the way you'd be trying to get that.
No.
But
I don't even use fluoride toothpaste.
I'm not gonna let you take me where this conversation is going.
Where's it
now,
going?
now that we went to fluoride, like
Where's it
I'm gonna have to
going?
cut no further than that because once you start having what they'll do, like
Yeah.
you understand everything's a campaign, and that's how you can approach everything is find out
Who's making money off
where's
this?
the profit, how does this
Yeah.
make sense, why,
Somewhere right now, the fluoride plants are going, what the fuck are they talking about? Somebody just introduced legislation to try to remove fluoride from some state from drinking water. Some people are waking up to it. They're realizing like this is so unnecessary and obviously not good.
Well, just understand that there are far too many places that don't have clean waters.
Mhm.
So you
True.
know, like
Flint, Michigan, still that water's fucked up. There's what about that place in
hold on,
Ohio?
hold on,
where
hold on, hold on. And why? Because it's nobody wants it to be their fault, so nobody will take like.
Right.
You understand how?
Well, even the government.
Not
There's plenty of money for
not,
Ukraine.
not even.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
how are we allowed to have a foreign policy when we are violating the policies here?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like what do you mean the immigrants are getting a check and we're putting them up in places that what? You mean in the homeless people's face?
Right in the homeless people's faces.
Like,
right?
Let us show you what we could have done.
Right.
Wow.
Crazy.
That's not okay as a society.
No. Well, did you see the scam that they were trying to do in New York City, where they were trying to give them debit cards for $10,000, but there's people getting cuts all along the way?
That wasn't a scam. That was business that got uncovered.
Yeah.
And I'll prove it to you. When you go to, like, if you go to jail in New York, everybody goes to Rikers Island. So I was in Rikers Island. So if you got money on you when you go in, they give you a card when you leaving, and it's got money on it. Your amount. Like, systems are the system. Like, right.
Yeah. There's a lot of money being made.
Yeah.
A lot of money being tossed around in the system. And if you have a thing like an open immigration policy, for sure, someone's figuring out how to profit off that. Someone's figuring out something about that.
No, you're looking at it the wrong way. There is no one who isn't profiting.
Everyone's profiting.
I'm saying, how ridiculous is it for you to think you have the greatest country in the world and then it not be a big deal to get there?
Of course.
What do you mean?
Of course.
This is the bees saying, why do they love our honey so much? Right?
Well, no one's shocked at that. What people are shocked at is that there's no effort whatsoever to stop the stem of illegal immigration. That's what people are freaked out about. Like, it seems like
We're
it's on
not freaked
purpose.
out about the loss of bees.
I am.
If all the bees are gone,
We're fucked.
we're going to die as a civilization because we didn't protect one of the most important insects in the whole ecosystem.
Yeah.
Right. So, you know.
And they think cell phone signals are fucking them up too.
Well,
Can you imagine you've been a bee forever, then all of a sudden someone introduces cell phone signals everywhere? And you're
this
like,
is
oh,
part
no.
of the purpose of religion in society is to try to get you away from exploring all of the things you could be doing with your time and put it somewhere that's healthier.
Like, what do you mean?
Like principles of meditation and believing that you should be trying to do a good job and being nice, because it's not really that profitable, right? But here we are talking about, that's what really would help our country and civilization if we treated the downtrodden better. But the truth is very little money in that.
Yeah.
It's very little money in that. The truth is that the immigrants that come over here are generally super qualified at something.
Yeah, and motivated.
And
I mean, shit. If
yeah.
I just walked
and that's,
here,
that's what's made all immigration important.
Mhm.
It, you know what I mean? Like the Mexican people were the second, well, they were their own jolt to the civilization of the fact that, yeah, you say, oh, they shouldn't come over, but anybody that comes over willing to work hard and succeed, and those are people you want a part, and they immediately help. Like, you can look at the extremes, of course, but the benefit are astronomical and always have been since Pangea.
yeah, the benefits are great. The side effects are crime. And that's what you have to be careful of, especially when you got organized crime that's coming in to sell fentanyl. You got a lot of that. That's a wild one because
Well-
that's propped up by laws. That's propped up by our drug laws. And that puts you in a real complicated situation. Like, do you make drugs legal? Everything legal. The problem is you're going to get a bunch of people that get addicted to drugs that probably wouldn't without that. And then you have to say, is that just part of the process? We have to learn to deal with this new thing that's everywhere and readily available. And how many people are going to try it just because it's legal? Probably quite a few. But at least how many people are not going to die from fentanyl poisoning because they're going to get pure stuff? Probably a lot.
Yeah, talking fentanyl in specific, like, it's a very difficult conversation to have because most of the things that we would all agree are terrible drugs aren't being used at the hospital.
Right.
So until that part gets taken, like, it's a bad look all the way around. But the bar has been set so high. Like, everything that's called a drug nowadays is terrible. Like, there's been no evolution. Like, yikes.
Well, that's part of the problem with keeping drugs illegal, and especially psychedelic drugs, since 1970. It's like stymied human evolution, stymied research, stymied growth.
What did?
Keeping drugs illegal, keeping psychedelic drugs illegal.
Look, if there
specifically
was
psychedelic drugs.
If there was a God, then he put a fail-safe on the drug so that you would have a barrier.
And that's Richard Nixon?
That's ODing.
ODing, yeah. Right,
so,
with those drugs.
Right. So really what's happening is you're like, okay, whatever you're on, do it till you're dead. And so, statistically, that's going to happen. You're going to lose some people, but the people that's not doing it, they're not going to start doing it. Like,
Right, they're going to learn from the people that died. Like, you learn to not eat poisonous plants.
You would think, but if that were true, nobody in the world would ever do heroin. Like, if you've ever seen somebody kick it, like, you would never do it. Like, it doesn't matter how it makes you feel if the end result is defecating and urinating in a puddle that you're laying in while being naked. Then, you would,
True.
You would just call that poisonous.
If you were smart. Yeah, you would learn. You would learn from other people doing it. And that's the thing. It's like we're reluctant to allow that factor into people's lives, but we kind of have with a lot of other factors.
Well, a lot of these things were used sparingly and in context as well. You follow what I'm saying?
Oh, sure. Particularly a lot of psychedelics. They were used in a ritualistic way.
But that's like us saying, well, in that cooking show, they were using herbs and spices. Like, yeah, that goes with it.
Right.
Like, if somebody tells you that when they used to come through with the ball and the smoke and the incense, that at one point it was marijuana, right? Understand that it was setting the mood of the room. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's how you know there is an occult. How could there not be? There's another side to everything, universally. So, yeah.
That must have been a wild time in church. Everybody just got contact high. People walking down the aisles with balls filled with marijuana smoke.
Well, understand, this is not being consistently done. This is being done.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so there's no such thing as you getting too much of it. You're not getting enough to do anything except relax.
Right.
And relax is what you should be doing as we discuss what we're discussing.
Yeah, it'll humble you a little. Calm you down a little.
It'll take the edge off.
Yeah.
You're not getting enough to have the munchies. And if you do, we'll probably have a little something for, I don't know. But I'm saying all throughout history, people have been searching for this connection. And we don't have historically any evidence of any groups of people doing something for no reason.
Right.
There was a element to this. So when we have the stories of we went in this cave and crazy shit was down there, and like we now know that a lot of that existed. Like the air is not the same down there. Like it might have been a poisonous gas in there, and we know that, these were things that were not known then. So it's just fascinating to see the stories where we are now and to see how advanced they were on these particular subjects. And that time weeded out the BS stories really well.
Yeah, there's probably something to all of them. There's probably something to all stories from all cultures. There's a reason why they would want to tell them over and over and over again.
One of the criteria for it to last over time. Like that's what I understood when I broke the internet. I was trying, let me see if you know, like when you start studying quotes and where great quotes come from, you start getting these people that are known for their great quotes, right? But the further you go back, you see who really said it first, you know what I mean? And that's what brings it full circle to that emerald tablet I was telling you about, right? Because 70% of it is something you've heard somewhere else.
Well, I can't wait to read it. I wasn't even aware of it, but it totally makes sense.
Like there are things in it that are verbatim to the Bible, verbatim to the Quran, like verbatim to...
I'm going to read it.
It's a great thing.
Cat Williams, thank you for being here, man. It was a lot of fun.
Thank
Glad
you
we
for
finally did
having
it.
me, Joe. You're a
Glad I finally met
superhero.
you.
Yeah, me too.
I appreciate you very much, man. And we talk well about you all the time. I think you're one of the best comics of all time. And you know, I think you're a fucking animal, man. You get after it in a way that like the energy that you have. I appreciate you very much, very much. So it was a lot of fun.
Likewise.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, bye everybody.
That was a fucking good one. I'm out of here. Good night.